So, welcome back. This is part two to a visit to Ollie's. If you did not listen to the first half, that would pretty much be recommended. So at least you know what on earth is going on. But to recap from last time, because it has been like what a couple weeks since that recording.
Uh, two, I
Long
think.
story short, hey, long story short, Ollie needed some help gathering some things for the treehouse because he's almost done setting it up for EGAD. Obviously, he's going to reach up to some of the first few tunes that he's ran into, which is Messo and Vanier, who is living with him, so that's a no-brainer, and of course, Qherial as well. So the three of you guys, you've been helping out pretty well. You got to find some neat stuff last time, but then at the end, you ran into a ghost, and you recognize this ghost has been pestering the place for quite a while now. And of course, that only got worse because that ghost turned into a spooky looking lady, looked at you with like eyes of murder, and then she left with Ollie. And now we don't know where Ollie is. We are stuck in the foyer. And with that, you can introduce yourselves and who you're playing as, and how your character is dealing with this.
Oh, I'm first, of course.
Yeah, we'll do top to bottom. I forgot to say that.
I'm used to going like second or third. Sorry. Okay.
You're a verb girl, therefore you are second in the voice call. So
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm Bluejay. I'm playing the burb girl, Qherial Flag. She doesn't know how to handle this.
Hi, I'm Magic. I'm playing a 5-year-old. His name is Messo. He just saw a ghost, but the ghost was being rude, and now the ghost is gone, and his grandpa is gone. He's making a sad face in my mind, like just the full on, just that sort of face. Capital D
for those that cannot
colon.
see, is just a very sad face. Like, oh no. He visibly looks like he's saying, "Oh no."
Oh boy. Hi, I'm Oogie. I play Vanier. And she's instantly racing. She's not staying put. She's running around the whole house trying to look for any bits or pieces
Oh boy.
of Yeah, her mind is just go.
Go 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 go. Oh god. Okay, that's quite an appropriate reaction. Because right now you guys are in the foyer, so I assume Vanier's probably like rushing up and down the hall, trying to see if there's anything that could be helpful to
She's
them.
opening up doors that she's allowed to go into, and like she's checking as many rooms as she can, just almost as if she's actually at this point she's probably gonna say fucking actually look in the room she's not supposed to be in, but in a quick glance trying to see a person, anyone.
Well, that's fair.
For just Ollie, she's not touching anything. She's just looking. She's looking for Ollie. She is running.
So how's Qherial and Messo reacting to this?
Qherial probably starts looking too frantically as well.
You're setting a bad example for my child for what he's supposed to do in a panic situation.
Oh yeah, no, I think like as like a child, you're just kind of standing there like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Because I'm 5.
Vanier's mindset is not okay.
I don't think anybody here is okay, frankly.
Oh.
No.
God. What happened to my grandpa?
Did Messo say that?
No. But he could. Hold on. What happened to Ollie?
I
There we
don't
go.
know.
Get it.
Oh
What do you
boy.
mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Messo's making air gestures to like the fucking just pot in general.
Oh.
Huh?
I think they're making confused gestures at each other.
Yeah, that seems like the perfect reaction. Vanier,
As-
since you have been kind of wandering the halls for a bit, trying to figure out, like, if there's
Mhm.
anything helpful,
Mhm.
maybe you should roll a perception check to see what's going on.
Perception?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say that or investigation.
No!
But, hey,
Ah!
you know what? I'm gonna give you advantage on that because that's the first I can roll.
Yeah,
We're gonna be stuck in this foyer forever.
please.
Like, let us
There
in
we
already.
go.
That's much better.
Okay.
So on a 19, Vanier, you were running around the hall. You're trying to figure out what the heck is going on. What is anything here? Oh, geez, this is not good. We don't know where the grandpa is, and you get a feeling that you should probably check one of the rooms on this floor first. But maybe try slowing your pace a little and taking a look inside.
Vanier kind of just starts slowing down and actually look. She's still not mentally well.
Oh
And
yeah, no,
there's
like you're still
probably
panicked, of course.
it's safe to say that certain aspects of her is actually kind of happening because how panicked she is. And
Mm.
in a certain drawing I've done in the past.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So which of the
Hello?
rooms on this floor would you try going towards first? There is the parlor on your left, the kitchen further down on the left side, there's the library on the right side, and the living room on the right side.
Library.
The
Okay.
ghost flew away, right?
Oh yeah, no, it dissipated and it took Ollie with them.
Okay.
No idea where he is right now.
Vanier's gonna try library because that's been one of the top spots for this.
Okay. Does Qherial and Messo follow along?
Honestly, I think Qherial suggests splitting up.
Oh
Are
no.
you sure you want to split up in a spooky house
It's not
with a ghost that is actively out trying to hurt this man?
so
Well, if we
Vanier's
split up, we can find him faster.
But what if the ghosts
You
like
found the
I don't
spooky
know
jumpers.
the
That's what-
spooky shit?
What?
Is that what Mrs. says? Does Mrs. say a swear?
Yes, this is a swear. This is a swear. This 5-year-old just sweared at you, Qherial.
Yeah, and she said, "What?"
I will
What
say,
if the
to make
ghost is
things a little
spooky
easier on the DM's part, it might be easier to go together, hint hint.
Yeah.
Like, what if the ghost does something really spooky, like throw you out a window? Then nobody can catch you because you're thrown out a window and you're alone.
Okay. Good point.
Flawless argument, ignoring the fact that Qherial was lying.
Vanier is just going. Vanier is
And
going.
he's just like, I'm fed up
She-
with this, I'm going.
No, she's on a mission at the moment. Her mindset is kind of just locked at
Okay.
this point.
So I'm gonna
she-
assume that the other two, like, they're a bit further behind, but they do follow into the room with you.
uh,
I
Yes,
guess Qherial's mindset
Messo-
is kind of the equivalent of a key smash right now.
if Messo has to physically like push Qherial down the hallway, he will.
You just
I think
seriously,
you
like, the
start
dust
doing
kind of
that, and
dries
then
up
she
from
gets
going
going.
across.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys enter the library, but do you actually?
Do we actually? Do we enter
Sure.
the library?
she Fanny
Be
does open up
ready,
the
and then-
door.
Do we
So,
enter the
Vanier,
library?
as you open up and you just immediately walk in, for
Mhm.
some reason you're now in the kitchen.
She looks back at the doorway.
Still looks like the same old hallway that you just entered from.
She walks out and goes to the kitchen. In the sense
They
of the
scrambled
Make
the
a
house.
just one of the other
nice
rooms,
roll.
like where just she actually goes into like one of the actual rooms she thinks goes in, like in the sense of where the kitchen should be, type of deal.
Okay, so you go to the opposite side of the hallway
Yeah.
just to see in that door.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that, once I pull up my reference, you instead notice that's Ollie's bedroom. You haven't really been in there before.
Vanier just kind of stops and backs out and shuts the door. And she's trying to progress. She's definitely trying to progress. What other doorways are in this hallway?
So in this hallway, you got 4 different options. There's the 2 that you just went through, and then the
Mhm.
other 2 being the parlor and the living room.
She goes over to the living room.
Okay, let's see what you got.
You guys are probably watching Vania go back and forth from these
Oh yeah,
rooms.
absolutely.
Yeah.
9. You got a 9. So that means instead you wander directly into Ollie's study.
Vania comes back out in the hallway. And she's looking panicked.
Are the doors being funny?
Yeah. It seems the whole house got shuffled.
Do they stay shuffled? Messo is going to go to the library door and rapidly open and close it to see if it mixes.
Wait, wait. Let me get this straight. So, Messo, are you trying to open the door multiple times, like really quickly, like a kid would?
Yes.
You do that, and every single time you open it, it reveals a different room of the house.
It doesn't have any
Can,
consistency.
can Qherial check the front door?
Yeah, you can investigate if you want.
Okay, so should I? She just opens the front door to see if it's outside.
You try to open the front door, but it's not opening. You're jamming on the handle, doing everything you can to open it up. It doesn't want to move.
Guys, the door won't open.
What?
The front door is closed. And
Is it like locked?
Yeah.
Is there any windows in the hallway to the outside?
Like there's like 2 windows like directly on each side of the door, but they kind of got like that sort of glass where it makes it hard to look through it properly. So you can like vaguely see who's on the other side or what's on the other side.
Okay. Vanya goes to where what should be the lobby is and opens up the door once more.
It doesn't want to move. That front door is sealed shut.
No, not the front door, but the lobby.
Wait, the lobby.
She's gonna she's gonna open the
Which
foyer.
door is that? Oh, like the foyer's door between the stairs.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's just a continuation of the hallway, really. So you open it up, it's still the hallway.
Okay. So it's only the actual rooms. It's only the actual rooms that got screwed with. Okay. she's gonna go over to a door to like the kitchen or something and starts opening and closing until she sees a room with a window in it.
Maybe you could do me a sleight of hand check for me on that?
Sleight of hand. Fuck.
You try opening and closing the door multiple times, but you keep finding like rooms that don't necessarily have the best window or the best space to look around in. I mean, heck, one of them's a bathroom.
See if we can get a room with a good view of the outside.
Qherial's gonna run up the stairs.
Okay, you run up the stairs.
Yeah, and start, I guess looking around at the rooms up there, even though the whole house is shuffled. She's just on a different floor now.
If I remember the house correctly, isn't there windows up there?
Yes, there is.
Like see-through windows.
Yeah, in fact, there's not just that, but also balconies.
Cool.
Vanier stops and goes up the stairs. And
Messo goes up the stairs.
Do they work like windows and balconies?
Yeah.
So
this is probably just wasting time. But can Qherial like go off the balcony and try to open the front door from the outside?
Well, before you consider that, I will say, ever since that ghost showed up, you couldn't help but hear that there was like a bit of a pitter-patter outside the windows any which way. And as you go to take a look outside and you kind of get out onto the balcony, it's raining harder than it normally should be. It's storm levels of rain.
It's also probably very windy.
Oh yes, very, very windy.
Congratulations, you got the top.
No, Vanier easily puts a hand on the child because of the fucking habit of smacking the windows if they ever.
Like, not again.
Messo has been banned from walking outside.
No, she's okay with Messo walking outside, it's just not on windy days.
It's always windy and he's around.
That is true.
Qherial makes a face at the weather and goes back inside.
Okay.
So we need to do what to do. Vanier is pacing. She's pacing. She's not doing okay.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. If you investigate through these doors, maybe it'll take you to where you actually need to go.
Yeah, Qherial's gonna do that. Is that just a roll? What should I roll for that?
If you want to roll, I would say perception. Like, just to get like a rough idea of like the feel of the current floor you're on.
Wow, that's a nat 1.
Yeah, with like a 7. Yeah, you take a look around the room. You weren't really sure which door to go into, honestly. All of them kind of feel the same to you.
Can I roll a perception?
Yeah.
3 nat 1s in a row.
Yeah, Mr. 1-5.
You know what?
have no focus to figure out where to go.
I'm going to do my own roll for perception.
Okay.
Yeah! Yeah!
That is a 5. Then you also are a little bewildered, admittedly. That's not
She's too much in a panic state at the moment.
Yeah, it's a little
Epic win,
overwhelming.
team.
You don't really know where to go. Like, where do we where do we begin? There's so many doors. Who knows where Ollie and this ghost lady went? But
Messo opens a door.
which door?
Yes.
They do the.
That's not a
They're all
door.
doing the Scooby-Doo thing where there's like the
Which
hallway
door?
of doors and they're all just going through
Oh my
them
God.
and coming out other doors.
Messo, which door are you choosing? There is three to four different doors you can choose. They're on this floor.
Whatever the one that they opened earlier to go see Ollie. That door.
So, I'm trying to think because I'm trying to figure out which door because I think that was a door downstairs, not on the current floor.
No, we had to go upstairs to go see Ollie.
Oh, that's right.
I just don't know
yes.
which room
Okay,
that specifically
so-
was.
That's right. Okay, now I remember. You guys were trying to grab Ollie before, and it was at Ollie's study because he was working on some paperwork at the time, and who knows what else. And you go, okay. Ideally, maybe he's there. Maybe he's working. He's not kidnapped, right?
Well, no,
So-
he's definitely kidnapped. But
Oh yeah, no. But either way, there's that little voice trying to go, no, that can't be right, can it?
surely it's just behind this door.
Let's see if it is behind this door or not. So you open it up and it shows Ollie's bedroom.
Maybe we have to go in there.
If we could don't touch anything. Because Ollie did warn that has more of the dangerous items on hand.
Messo's walking into the room. He's gonna go look around.
No hesitation.
Vanier's
can't stop him!
falling.
Well, I mean, you
Vanier's
could stop
falling.
him. He weighs like a pillow. You could literally pick him up, but
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Right, I guess Qherial's
Vanier-
bringing up lead.
Yeah, Vanier's following, but she's in a defense mechanism type of mood. So, she's gonna keep her eyes close on like her buddies at the moment. Ollie gone missing. She doesn't want the two other folks with her going missing
we
as
don't
well.
we don't want to go into an actual horror movie or something where everybody goes missing. That's gonna be horrendous.
at some point we're all gonna have to hold hands.
Yes.
And well, with Vanier's case, you hold her fingers because how big her fucking hands are.
Oh my god. I love it.
Yeah. Could we
So
roll
you
perception
guys-
again to look around?
Yeah. Let me paint you the scene first and then I'll let you guys roll. So you guys enter the bedroom and Ollie surprisingly has a large bedroom. Yet not much of the space has been really utilized yet. He has a few artifacts within the room. Most of them are just kind of hung up on the walls, kind of far or a distance away from little children mainly. There's a lot of pictures on the wall too. There's a lot of photos showing Ollie's previous adventures, both old and new. Some have himself, that sort of thing. Now you can do your roll.
Nice. 6.
Cool.
16.
Hey!
9.
Okay. Messo, I hate that I'm gonna say you're 5 almost every single time, but it's true.
It's okay.
It
Go
is
ahead.
true.
He's 5.
He's 5. You enter this room and you're like, wow, those are really cool artifacts. You don't really have much focus on anything else. You're just kind of surprised that he has that many up in his room, and they're all up on the wall, and you can't reach them.
He's too short.
Oh, he's very short. Compared to all the things on the wall. Meanwhile, Qherial, you are taking a look around the room, and from what you can see, you get a good look at the photos on the wall. And on those photos, there's some that look really old. Some of them look a little more recent. Some of the really old ones, there is one of Ollie showing himself and his wife, Leota. There's some early days stuff when this house was being built, just the two of them. There's a few with adventures with that, and they look shockingly really young in those photos. There's a couple other photos that seem a little more recent though, such as building the treehouse, which you can't quite understand because there's it looks like the camera goofed up, and there's another Ollie. Anyway, you try to move on from that. And as you're still looking around, you notice there's also a photo of a couple of guys with Ollie. It's a lot more recent. It looks like it's tucked underneath like a framed picture that has of himself, Thad, and Whitty. And this more newer one, it has himself, Thad, and a friend of his named Skipper. It looks like they were having a really good day that day. They had a good time. He looks happy and warm, as he normally does, of course. Vanier,
Qherial doesn't know any of these people.
these sorts of things around as well. But on top of that, Vanier, you're looking around the room cautiously, of course, because who knows what's in this room.
Mhm.
And as you go through it all, you notice the bed is super tidy, everything looks clean as a whistle. But there's something that sits on Ollie's light little nightstand beside the bed. And it looks familiar. Sort of. It looks like another cassette tape, and on it is labeled Adventure Log Daily Reminder.
Banner picks it up.
Okay.
I thought you said not to touch anything.
It's another cassette tape. I think. I know I said I don't touch anything.
I mean, you're fine right now, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm fine. I mean, Ollie did say if we a bit more of these, we can listen to them. So, and you shows the cassette tape.
Yeah, we just need to find a cassette player, whatever that is.
So we have kind of two of these now. Vanier
Yeah.
puts it away.
Mm-hmm.
Let's. And anything else, or just that's it?
You guys continue looking around the room. You do get a nice view of the front of the house. Ollie's bedroom surprisingly has actually a nice window to kind of look out of. But again, you can't really see much out there. The weather isn't really helping.
The weather is terrible.
God. What is everyone's passive perception? Real quick.
Pass. Hold on.
16.
13.
10. I think it
Yeah,
should.
baby.
I think it should be a 12 because I have a +2 in perception in particular. But it says a 10. I think that might have been an error on past me's part.
Probably.
I think it should be a 12. But it's real low regardless.
As any young child is, you're too busy focusing on other things to really notice this. But Qherial and Vanier, you hear something that is on the third, the floor above you, which presumably would be the attic. And it sounds like somebody's walking up there with heels. And that doesn't sound right.
Well, I guess Qherial's going out of the bedroom and up. Well, are there stairs to get to the attic?
Oh no.
There is a way up to the attic, but it's not really accessible.
Yeah.
Where
Vanier
are we
just
going?
We're going
I
to
heard-
try get. There's something
Sorry.
in the attic.
Yeah, someone's walking with heels up there.
And if that's a room, which I'm sure it is, I think that also got shuffled.
How do you normally get to the attic?
You would know, right? Like,
I'm gonna make you roll for it, but with advantage.
what am I rolling?
I'm gonna say like roll history check.
3? Oh god, okay. 15. 20. Oh my god, that 20!
Woo!
So Vanier, you notice like the back of your hand at this point, or scarf.
Mm.
You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
You know this pretty well. Ollie did take you up there once just to grab a couple things for the house, some stuff to actually build the treehouse with. But
Mm-hmm.
aside from that, you're not as knowledgeable as, let's say, like what Ollie would manage. But you know that there is usually a ladder going up to the attic on the same floor that you're on. At least, ideally, if the house isn't
Ideally.
shuffled around.
Yeah. But the house is shuffled around, so she's expecting it not to be that easy.
Yeah,
There's
but there's only one
normally,
set of doors with you.
yeah. Normally there'd be a case of just us going up a ladder to get to the attic. But seeing how this predicament is, I don't think it's going that easy. Just
We
might.
can Qherial check anyway?
I mean, you can try opening the door and see where you end up next.
Yeah.
Watch as
Yeah,
it's
you can do that
actually
then.
the attic.
What?
Watch as it's actually the attic. Opening the attic door to the attic.
That's why I'm
It
checking.
is not.
Okay.
So, Qherial, you open the door and you're like, okay, I need to see where we go next. And you find yourselves in the library.
Hey, weren't you trying to go here earlier?
To look around to see if we could find Ollie, yes.
What if we
Alright,
put a hole in the ceiling?
can we climb into the library?
Can we not put a hole in the ceiling, especially with the layout of this place?
Aw. It'd be a direct solution.
Yes, but do you want stuff tumbling on top of you?
We could make a small hole and then make it bigger.
No!
Aw.
I am not ruining this house!
Messo looks disappointed.
Why not? Can Qherial climb into the library?
You can go into the library, yeah.
Vanier follows.
God. Yeah, Messo follows, very disappointed. It would have been so easy if you just busted a hole in the ceiling. He's too short for it.
Oh, he's way too short for that.
Yeah.
It's quite a high ceiling. Well, decently high enough to be high for this tune in particular. That's for sure.
Yeah.
You guys enter the library together, and I'm gonna want you guys to do a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god!
What's my dex save again? Yeah. 17.
Oh,
9.
figures. Okay. So,
Vanier just
Qherial
gets
and
hit.
Messo, you guys are quick on your feet. You dodge gracefully around what looks like a book flying out from its bookcase, trying to go right at you, and through the door. Vanier, you're not as lucky though, because you managed to walk through. You're a little more focused on these other two and trying to make sure they don't destroy property. And of course, the book kind of just goes and slaps in your face. You take 1 point of damage.
I am glad you gave me the okay of just, like, the short rest type of thing of getting my H
Oh yeah,
points
because it's
back
like
to
different
max.
sections, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, you lose 1 point. And it seems like it's really active in this room. As you guys kind of like gather your senses after that little smack, even if only one of you actually got smacked, there's a lot floating in this room. Like, more than normal.
A gun!
Uh,
Why
I
are the
don't
books floating?
Because of a ghost that seems to be very pissed off at the current moment of things.
Huh.
We've been having this issue for a few months now. And it's...
Can I roll a perception?
Yeah, go
Can I
ahead.
roll Perception?
Yay.
Perception.
Nice.
Not a
Nice.
good roll. Okay. Fucking Lilacs having a fun day with me in the sense of mixed rolls.
So, Messo and Vanier, you're both looking around. You're kind of like, there's a lot going on in this room. There's a lot of things floating, flying. You're trying to make sure
It
you
does
don't get
not,
hit by anything.
and it does not
You
help.
have
Vanier's
focus.
mental state is in the shitter at the moment, where basically
Shitter?
she's
In
panicking.
the
She's
shitter?
not. Well, it's a term of speech, but she's basically not okay because the factor of like everything that's been going on.
Yeah. Yeah, that's, yeah. Meanwhile, Qherial, though, amongst all of that, somehow you actually got a pretty good view of everything. As you look over to the side and you realize, oh yeah, didn't we come through like a hidden door last time? Through this room?
Did we? I forgot.
There was a bookcase. There was a hidden bookcase door. You guys opened it last time and you got into the library. Huh. Surely there's got to be a way to get into the other side, right? Maybe it'll take you to the same room again, or who knows?
Okay. Can she go and well, did she just remember that, or did she find it?
Oh, you remembered it. You remembered it.
Okay, so is that an investigation to look for it?
Yes.
Alright.
Yeah, I'd say that passes. Yeah. So, Carol, you're like, oh yeah, I swear that was what we were doing last time. And you take a look around. You're squinting at all the books, and you notice one that looks familiar. It looks about the same as the one that you pulled before, or at least one of you pulled it before. And you go to pull it, and you hear a ka-chunk behind the bookcase, and it slides open. There is a door to another room.
Door, 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 door.
Guys, over here!
Vanier is making her way through the door.
Just for one more on the road, how about the two of you do another dexterity saving throw?
Secret tunnel!
Oh my god!
Great work, Jay!
That's a nat one.
That's a nat one.
Messo yells secret tunnel and gets
Messo.
clocked in the head.
Exactly. Messo, you get excited to see that the door is still there, so you
Oh, I fucked up my
pump up your
roll!
arms
I
and yell
fucked
it
up my
out, and
roll!
then oh, you want to
I
redo
fucked-
it?
Yeah, because I put 2 down
Okay,
instead of 3.
let's redo it. For now, I'll say what Messo's bit is though.
Yeah, because it's a
Messo,
plus
you
3,
say
not
secret
plus 2.
tunnel, and then it slapped you.
There we go!
I don't think the ghosts like secret tunnels.
I don't think they do. Vanier, you You were that close from getting hit by another book in the face, but this time you've learned your lesson. You duck out of the way, and it swiftly goes over your head.
Can I just say she just grabs it with her hand again and just fucking tosses it?
Sure.
Intimidation move, put it into your hammer space.
Oh. You know what? Fuck it, sure. Intimidation. She
God.
just puts the book away.
Do you know what book you're holding?
She takes a quick glance at it.
It says something about ducks. But it's in Oregon.
She'll put it away.
Boy.
But yes, that means Messo, please take a point of damage from that.
Ow!
Yeah.
God.
So you guys wash on through. You go through the room and... Wait. Is this really the room that we're thinking of? Let's find out. Not quite, but you are getting closer. You rush in and you find yourselves in the parlor, which is the room, ideally, right across from the living room. And I mean,
Okay,
you
this is
know
gonna be
this space pretty well, so...
okay. This is gonna be very childish, but Messo's gonna walk over to a door, think really hard about the attic, and try opening the door.
Okay, you can try.
Yeah.
Let's try and see just what you will get.
Statistically, if we do it enough, we will find the attic.
Statistically.
Ideally. You open it up and you find Ollie's office. It's
Not
not
the
the
attic?
same as the city. It's not the attic. But it
No.
does seem dusty like an attic.
Can we go in there?
Should we
Why
take a
is
look
it
around
dusty?
this place first, in case there's any clues?
Yeah, I can probably just leave the door open. Messo leaves the door open. They can go search the parlor.
Okay, then. You're trying to
Listen.
keep the house system to the side.
Wait. I just had the thought that Messo wouldn't have. What if we just open all of the doors? And then they can't go to the same place, or else it'll cause, like, not great things. So it has to go to a different area.
Yeah, but it's wild magic, so you never know.
And
Yeah, but then what door
unfortunately,
do you go
we're all
back
dumb
through?
about.
Well, you go
What?
through a door and see what happens.
No. I thought we wanted to check the parlor first.
Yeah, that's what I'm
For-
doing in the sense of perception.
Oh,
Okay.
I was talking about checking the office.
But
We'll do that
we'll do the
after.
parlor first, and then we'll do that after. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can take a look around.
God
See what
damn
there is.
it!
How many nat ones has that been? 4 nat ones?
Messo got a 12. Vanier got a
12.
4. Qherial got a 12. Yeah, you guys are looking around, and well, you see about some of the same objects you saw from last time. There's that diamond monkey again, but this time
I'm
it's
not
actually
touching
away
that.
from the window. Thank goodness. There's a really dangerous looking sword kind of like propped up on the wall. There's a couple of pictures, different maps. Not much else you can see after that.
You okay there?
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. Let's just continue on and look around.
That was a weird ripping noise. Yeah, Messo's continuing on. This boy is 5.
Okay, so
This
you guys
boy is
decide to go into
5.
Ollie's office. I take it.
Yeah, we're gonna go into
Yep.
the office.
Yep.
Okay, you enter the office. It's actually a lot different than the rest of the house. Usually the majority of the house has this very warm green, brown, gold sort of like look to it all, right? Usually
Yeah.
that's how it is. It feels warm even if it's like cold and terrible outside. And yet this room feels not the same as that. The walls are like a pale blue, and it does look like Ollie's office. No denying that. It does look like he's been in here once in a while, but enough so that there's still a firm layer of dust on nearly everything. It's kind of been like that for a while, you can only assume.
Messo draws a smiley face in the dust.
You draw a smiley face in the dust. The smiley face cartoonishly gives a little wink back.
Yeah! This brings me unending amount of joy, by the way. God. We should probably look around, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
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 Today.
We do be rolling.
It's a
Messo,
no.
you're looking around. You just can't get over how much dust is in this room. You're surprised that you're not like sneezing from how much dust there is. Maybe you just don't have a dust allergy. Either way, you're kind of just doodling on Ollie's desk at that point.
He's well
Just dragging your
ventilated,
finger
don't worry
around.
about it. Yeah.
He's having a good time. Despite everything.
He's been distracted by
Then
dust.
you look around the room. The only thing you really notice is this room doesn't have much of anything. There's like a cabinet or two for like you assume files and such. Ollie never really talked to you about this room. Not very often. There's barely even any like things on the walls. Maybe a couple paintings of flowers, but aside from that, nothing large. Nothing really jumps out at you. It feels cold and empty, you know. Maybe there's a reason Ollie never used this room? Because why would he leave it all dusty like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Qherial, you're still wondering about this too. You can tell that this room has not really been touched for a long time. That is until Messo started drawing on the desk. Yeah, you do notice this little guy drawing on the desk. But your eyes kind of glance up a little bit more towards the edge of the desk, and you notice there is a picture that is framed.
Can I look at it?
And that picture, yeah. You take a look at it, and well, that seems kind of soft. It's a picture of Ollie on his wedding day. You assume, and he's with Leota. Strange that he doesn't really use this room, but what's a picture like this doing over here?
Question. Does this lady bear any resemblance to the ghost who is angry?
You can roll and see if you want.
Okay, is that
Go
an
ahead and roll.
intelligence check?
Yeah, I'm gonna say intelligence. Yeah.
Alright.
Can Vanier come up and look at the picture as well and see if she recalls?
Yeah.
10.
Qherial, you don't know enough about Ollie to really be too sure. You just know that, oh, well, this is a sweet picture. Kind of weird to see it all dusty.
What type of check was it?
Intelligence.
I need to find where my intelligence is. Oh. Fucking. Okay. Oh!
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. This lady does look familiar to you. And you get a good look at this, and there's some striking resemblance to what you just saw earlier. No wonder she felt strangely familiar. Huh. Because you always heard about Ollie kind of talk about her here and there. You didn't see really many photos of her, but kind of lines up.
So wait, what? I'm having a kind of brain fart moment.
No, you're good. You're good. If you want me to recap, I can recap.
Do it, please.
You took a look at the photo and you strike the resemblance. This lady looks really close to what you just saw earlier. The ghost that
ghost?
held Ollie up. Mm-hmm.
Oh, bloody.
Put two and two together. No wonder Ollie never really showed much about her. I mean, he showed a little bit, but
Good lord. We're dealing with Ollie's wife.
Ollie had a wife?
Yeah.
Messo
Yeah,
looks up from the thousands of smiley face drawings on this desk.
he's drawing smileys this entire time.
Yes! Yes, he was!
That's so...
Hell yeah, we love to see it.
He's
yeah.
fine!
Yeah, Ollie had a wife.
Oh!
And looks like she's a bit angry for some reason. So I best case scenario, she won't do anything to him. Worst case scenario, she kind of becomes like really grubby.
She didn't seem happy.
She didn't really, so there's probably some reason to that. But
Wait,
if they do still like each other to the extent I'm hoping he should be still okay.
wait, so she's the ghost that was trapped in the vase?
Yes.
Well, maybe she's angry because she was trapped in a vase!
That would probably be reasonable. I mean, let's just hope Ollie just gets a good scolding, and that's about it. Hopefully.
How old is this photo?
Pressing X to doubt.
Don't they
Vanier,
write dates on the back of the photo? Messo's too short to check himself.
Vanier checks. Vanier goes to
you want
check.
to take a... Well, I guess you could take a look, but don't forget this thing is in a picture frame, so you'd have to undo the frame. It takes a bit because it's been sitting there for quite a while.
Yeah, so she's carefully doing it as best as she can.
You're also I'm assuming because Vanier's got really big scarf hands. You're probably cleaning this thing at the exact same time.
Yeah, she is.
You clean and you open up this picture, and on the back there is on my DM's part, I did not think of a proper date to put down, but it's definitely a date. Definitely not from this time period. Definitely much further back.
Not from this time period, as in it's a realistic amount of time, right?
Yeah. It's pretty old.
Let's see. How old's Ollie?
Ollie's about 80, but his time of being 80 has been, quite a while.
Ah. Makes sense.
So time's a little mixed.
How? What? Okay, So this picture was taken really long ago. Like really long ago.
I mean, I knew Ollie was old, but this is really old.
Qherial doesn't know what to do here.
Vanier puts the picture back in its frame and puts it back onto the desk. And
Okay.
I
So you
close
do
it
that,
for-
and it's really quiet in the room for a bit. You kind of like, I don't hear those footsteps anymore. But you still can hear something is going on up there.
I don't think that's a good sign.
We need to get to the attic.
Yeah.
Vanier opens up the door.
Okay. You go to open up the door again, presuming that you
Ike,
did,
are you
in fact,
really going
close
to
it
make
the
us
last
roll
time
through
you
all
did it.
13?
Hey, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You're going to make us roll through all 13 options?
There's a little bit of everything.
Why?
Well, the good news is you found Ollie's study, finally.
The study? Can we go in?
Yeah,
Alright.
Vanier goes in.
there's the study. So far, no sign of Ollie, but there's still quite a bit to this room that might be helpful, hopefully. Unlike
Another-
the room you were just previously in, this space is actually a lot brighter. It has, like, even when it's pouring rain and looking terrible outside, it still has this bright green yellow sort of theme with the stained glass window, and everything feels warm and calm. There's no doubt reason as to why Ollie would always be in here. Of course, he would work in here the most because, well, it's a happy spot. At least that's the feeling that you kind of get. Sort of a space of safety, I guess you could say.
Mhm.
You get that sort of vibe about it. It feels a lot more lived in than other areas. And Ollie's
and-
personal work here is never done. Well, it is done here, but he always seems to have a lot of work. There's books
So-
laid open. He even has what looks like a blueprint on the table to the treehouse. There's a whole bunch of different things on the walls, all different kind of masks, items that he's found on his adventures, maps hung up as well.
And I am going to do a perception check. Holy shit! Not
Whoa.
20!
Oh, that was that is perfect. Oh my gosh.
We see.
All of you perceive this. I mean, it's not a big room, but
For
still,
once.
everyone is on the same boat here. So, as you're looking through, you look around Ollie's actual desk here. Unlike the other one, where it was dusty and full of dusty smileys, this one actually has a lot of paper, a lot of pens. There is like a little lamp, very like vintage, to kind of keep things warm. Looks like it was left on. And on this desk, there sits a journal that is left open.
Vanier looks at the journal.
Secrets?
You're gonna read the journal?
Yeah.
So in this journal, you begin to read out. I presume you read it out loud to the other two, so they know what's actually going on.
She'll scan it first to make sure it's not a cursed object, but
Oh yeah, no, it's not a cursed object. As far as you can tell, this is Ollie's writing.
Okay. Then yeah, she'll read it out loud.
So in Ollie's writing, it says, well, it looks like it continues on from previous pages. It has been weeks now, and Vanier and I aren't sure what on earth is causing the ruckus in the library lately. I've begun to notice it spreading to other areas of the house, but it isn't nearly as active as the library. Whatever ghost or deity-like force I have reckoned with, they certainly don't want to leave the house, but want me out of here. It's kind of funny, if you think about it. Can't quite boot the host of out of a house of their own home now, can you? I wonder if Thad or Abigail would know about this sort of strange activity. Surely they have encountered ghosts before, right? Right? And you flip to the next page. Well, either way, I don't mind a ghastly visitor or two in my house, as long as they don't make a mess like this one does. That dog lady that visited before seemed to give them a good fright as well in order to stop tossing books around. My word, it took quite a bit to put them all back. After that lovely pooch left, I'm thinking of looking into seeing if there's an item that this little rascal of a ghost would want to be residing in, so it doesn't make as much of a problem or something. Keep the house clean.
I don't think it liked the jar very much.
Man, it was really convenient it was open to that page in particular. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
Do you think it was originally in the jar, or is it just like moved to the jar? Or was it in the jar?
I
No,
don't quite know.
What if we go bully the ghost into telling us?
We have to find the ghost first.
What about the other ghost in the library?
Maybe?
The same ghost. I have a feeling it may be the same ghost. If it's being pretty angry. Because...
Well, we gotta find the library again.
You sure? We still have the attic.
Whichever one we find first.
Yep.
Okay.
God. We're never gonna get to this
Okay,
attic,
so-
are we? Not with our luck.
Not with our
Sure.
luck.
Well, you got
tonight.
a couple more hours to spare, so you never know. Never know what you might run into.
Qherial's new plan is just to open and close the door until they get to one of the places they want to go.
Open, close, open, close, open, close. You begin to do it quicker and quicker and quicker and... Oh, was that the library for a second? Oh, you missed it.
Oh, that's exactly what I would do.
So let's try opening it up again. Let's see where you end up at. You want to try rolling again?
Yeah. Do I roll
Okay.
a D13?
You know what? Let's, for this time, sure. Roll me a
Yeah.
D13.
Lemon.
What?
So, you decide to open up the door, and at first you think, oh, this has got to be a repeat of another room, right? You close your eyes, you're squinting hard, and as you go to open it, oh, looks like a guest room. Well, actually, Vanier, you would recognize this as your room.
Oh, okay. Looks like we arrived at my room.
Do you think there's anything suspicious in your room?
I don't know at this point, but there's a check.
Do you think there's any, like, secret, entrances to the attic from here?
Maybe, I don't know.
Meanwhile, Qherial goes to roll perception.
Vanier
Damn.
goes into her own.
Oh my God.
Vanier goes into her own room and.
Messo, you suddenly, like, this room must be the perfect one for you because you got the full focus to find what looks like a really weird contraption. You're too young to understand what this thing is, possibly. But you're kind of clicking around with it, and you're just like, hey, this looks cool.
Can Qherial
Hey,
look at it?
What's this box thing? Messo holds up the strange contraption that may or may not even look like a box, honestly.
What does it look like?
Well, basing on the 2 high rolls that both of you also got, you recognize this as a cassette play. It looks like a cassette player.
Oh,
Ah.
We found the cassette player.
I mean, that's good.
We can play the cassettes. Play the cassettes.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
which one of us has the cassettes? Fuck.
Vanier.
Okay.
So which one do you want to pop in first? You got 2 of them.
What two do I have?
There's one that's labeled Adventure Log number 6. There's another one called Adventure Log, that daily reminder.
Let's do a daily reminder first.
Okay. So you're gonna pop that in. And I will need some help with something. There we go.
Wow.
Geez, where do I begin? So, a lot has happened since the last recording. If this is to myself, you already know what has been going on. Loss and all that, it hits hard. Dad said tomorrow we would be heading out to Jinx's Landing to shake things up. Made me feel a little bit better than the past few weeks have been. But, if there's something I want to tell my future self, it is that change is always there. Be it good, bad, the in between. It's not something we can control, but to learn, to adapt with. Don't give up, because even if it hurts right now, something good is going to come your way. And I don't mean the cursed object we collect. That and, well, I can't always just listen to the past like you might be right now and hold too deeply into the harder times of it, right? Don't let it stop you from enjoying what you do with those you still have. Let's make some good memories, alright? I'll talk back here soon.
Woo.
Huh.
Vanier would
You-
make sure the tape's properly rewinded to make sure it's ready to play again. Take it out and switch it with the number 6.
Is
Okay.
that Ollie's voice?
I don't know.
Yeah, with
So
that, you
so-
pop in number 6.
Well, how long has it been? A few hours? Hey, Dad.
I may have to agree on that comment. It has been a while, hon. How much further do you expect to go? Isn't that here enough the house? It would be across the main road, wouldn't it?
It could, although I just have this feeling that there's a special spot waiting for us. Should show up soon enough.
And how do you know?
Dad and I wandered through here before. Rained a ton that day and didn't even have enough time to really look around, but frankly I had a nice spot near the river without too many trees. Bit of a picture-upper though.
That's nice.
Little law context, we've been traveling a bit to find a spot to start our forever home. Leota and I have a lot of plans coming up, and I was reminded of a spot we wandered through before. I think it might work. Don't know if we'll find it though. I'll record an update on it if we find it, or if we go for something else.
Huh.
Do you think that was his wife?
Maybe?
Huh. That's That's interesting.
I just had the most childish idea for how Messo wants to try to get this ghost's attention now.
How are you gonna explain what that plan is?
I mean, Messo is a child.
He's like 5. What was the ghost?
True.
What
He
the?
is
What
5.
you guys?
What do you mean, like 5?
He's like 5. What was the ghost name again?
Well, if you're guessing right that this ghost is indeed the same person that Ollie fell in love with, her name is Leota.
Leota. God, this
How
is such
would
a
Messo
silly
know
idea.
that?
I mean, someone said it earlier.
I mean, you did hear it in the recording.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't notice.
It's a little bit hard. It was a little bit hard to hear,
I have
so.
processing issues.
God, oh boy, can me magic do this? Because this is what Messo is giving me.
I mean, if you want.
If Messo's the one saying it.
Messo is going to turn to the ceiling and just go, Leota, I want to talk to you!
Vanier just fucking backs away in a startled fright. Because she was busy rewinding the fucking tapes once more
Oh my
and
God.
taking them out and placing them away.
Yeah,
That was
You're in this
child
void.
shouts
house, and your voice shouts across, but nothing replies back. At least not right now. You do hear some thunder going off outside, though.
Leona!
You're being very rude right now!
Oh my. Vanier just hand to face at the moment.
He's 5!
You're
Qherial's
excusing it all.
stupid.
He's 5.
He's 5! He has a -1 to his intelligence and a flat 0 to his wisdom modifier.
Yeah, that sounds like a 5-year-old.
He's 5! It's literally his only flaw! He's 5!
It is. I've seen the character sheet. It is indeed. That flaw is literally the only thing that he is indeed 5 years old.
I'm not joking!
Vanier goes to open up the door.
Okay, you open up the door again. You gotta open it up, and let's see where you end up. Where are we going? Let's take a little roll and find out. Okay. So you go through and you end up in the dining room. Looks a little empty in here. Usually pretty clean, but looks like it could probably double as sort of an office space as well.
I'm doing perception. God
Okay.
damn it! That was a nat 1!
Yeah, baby!
1.
Okay, fucking. Someone had
Yeah,
enough.
man, you try looking around, but I think like in this room you feel like you have to look on the table, but clearly there's nothing on the table. So you're like, where else could stuff be? I mean, nothing would be suspicious in drawers. What? How would that make sense? That doesn't make sense. But so, you're 5, first of all. And you begin opening drawers left, right, and center. There is nothing in there but cutlery and just your ideal stuff for what seems like a mix of a dining room and a office space. It looks like it's frequently used for different projects and things, but usually kept pretty clean. maybe not so clean now that you're pulling forks and sports out.
Yes, his little child grubby hands.
Qherial, you look around and you decide to open some of the chairs from the table, and on one of the chairs is another cassette.
Guys, I got another cassette.
Vanier goes over and picks it up and looks at the label.
The label says Adventure Log number 15.
15. She puts that away.
Can we listen to it?
We left the room.
I mean,
with
you
the
still have
cassette.
you have
I
the
thought
tape recorder or the tape cassette with you, so.
Did we? Did we say this?
It was
I
portable.
Yeah.
As DM, I am gonna retcon it to say that one of you has it in your hammer space. Go.
Okay. If that's the case, 1d20. Okay, she'll pull out the fucking cassette player and play it.
Hi, entry number 15, I suppose? But hey, who's counting? Well, we finally got the house built, and I think Ryota was in love with the addition of a greenhouse, green room. She turned the extra room to a spot for her plants. The project took a while, didn't really have as much time to document as I would have liked, but we've been discussing the wedding plans, adventures to do. Life is shaping up, and I couldn't be happier. Oh, though Ryota seems distant sometimes, but I think it's because she doesn't know what to expect with what we're doing in the middle of nowhere. She thought it was strange at first, but realized she liked the quietness of the area. Occasionally animals, which leaves her as nervous as ever. She doesn't quite appreciate the insects by the water, but you can tell she's still determined to be here. I told her that she could ask to move and we could talk to do that, but she insisted on keeping it up here. So here we are.
Dear, can you come here, please?
Oops, gotta go. I'll talk again later.
Huh.
Well, that's not suspicious in the slightest.
I wonder what happened.
There is a greenhouse?
Yeah.
Do you think the greenhouse is on the roof?
Have Vanier
It's
been?
raining.
Well, that's true, but Messo stares. He could climb it anyway.
Oh, you're gonna slam yourself into a window. You hear the DM voice Ike say that. There you go, have fun.
You can't control me! You're not my mom! Or my dad!
You know, for a gamer, I'm purposely trying to do some eggs. We're having a very good time.
I'm sorry!
Messo's 5.
This is fine.
fine.
That's what makes it wonderful. It's
It
okay.
probably does not help that I am in a emotional state of kind of shutting down slightly.
Oh no!
Hun,
So-
you okay?
If you ever need to take a break in mid-game, just let me know, and then we can take a little
Okay.
break.
I will note, it has been an hour. We should take a break regardless right now.
Is that what you want to do, or you want to keep going?
I'm just at a state where I'm just spacing out a lot. Like, even with that recording and the radio log, I did not pick anything up from that.
That's okay. I can recap it to you if you want.
Okay.
I can recap it to you, and we can take a little break, so then you can let your brain kind of rest for a moment.
Okay.
So let's say, I'm going to say about 10-15 minutes of a break.
Several days later.
And we return from a break. Very, very good break.
Wow, what a long break.
Wow.
Man, it feels like it's
In
been
that video,
forever.
seconds. Oh my god. So long, seconds away. So, let's just slight recap. We are currently in the dining room. Thank goodness for Oogie's memory to tell me that, because it's been a while. And so far, you guys managed to find 3 recordings from Ollie from the past, which all of them have had some kind of like story going on regarding him and the people in his life, and kind of how he used to have a voice, shockingly, and yet doesn't now. Okay, but any which way, you guys are in the dining room. You kind of went through the place a bit. You found what you found, and there's still doors that seem to be all accessible. Well, what's everybody up to?
Vanier's looking around. Not exactly what for and such like that. She's looking around slightly, probably thinking about going to the next room.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what I was doing.
I cannot remember who found the tape last time, but I will say that, like, I can assume Qherial is probably glancing around the room as well, trying to see if there's any
Yeah.
other goodies to find.
I think it was
Hey,
Qherial
you
that
may as
found the
well.
tape.
Ah. So yeah, you're probably searching in case there's anything else. There's not much left in this room. But then again, how about Messo?
Messo is being a fucking child and, like, you know, maybe there's more things hidden in this room, and just kind of like looking through the fucking like the cabinets.
You're opening up doors.
He pulls out like a butter knife at some point and just kind of
My
looks at it
lord.
before putting it back.
He's just looking at all the cutlery.
I don't know. Maybe it's cool or
Tiny stuff.
important or something.
I mean, a lot of the cutlery, it does have like a fancy like design at the end of it, but aside from that, it all looks pretty normal to you as far as you know. Then again, you're also in Ollie's house, and from what you understand as a little 5-year-old, anything can happen in this house.
Anything can happen. A lot of things have happened.
Yeah.
So where are you guys gonna go? Well, I mean, there's only one door of the room, but
Let's open the door.
Let's see what happens.
oh boy, now I need to remember what dice I need to roll.
I think it was like a 13.
Yeah.
I mean, I know what kind of dice, but they are kind of given different results on each number, so let's see which one is which. Let's see what I can find here. I'm just trying to recollect myself. I got notes. Ah, yes, that's right. Let's roll, and then I'll pull it up. Okay.
That's a good omen.
2, okay. 2 here. Okay. So you open the door, and on the other side is the parlor.
Again.
Didn't I already check the parlor?
I
Yeah.
think so. Yeah.
I don't think there are more things in the parlor. Is there?
Not that.
I'll just give it to you guys. You guys look into like the door just a tiny bit. Like you're not going into the room necessarily, but you are peeking your head in. kind of cartoonishly stacked on each other, perhaps.
Yeah.
And everything looks the same here. Nothing new really stands out at the moment.
Re-roll the door.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, sure. Okay, 777. Let's see what 7 gets you. Let's see here. You open the door again, and there's Vanier's room. It's about the same as ever. It's not really a big room, and you already kind of explored through it.
Okay,
Let's
so
re-roll another time.
Yeah, just keep rolling the door until we get a new one.
Just shutting the door and reopening it.
It's another 2, never mind, we're gonna roll again. Okay, that's better, that's a 9. That's much better.
God,
Listen,
the
if it
mental
already
image.
rolled, I'm gonna re-roll it now.
Nice.
I could just imagine you guys are just constantly opening and closing that door. Like, no, that can't be it. No.
We just
Nah,
were
we've
there.
been there.
Yeah.
Okay, so you open the door this time, and there's Ollie's study.
We've been there.
As you can tell, most of the rooms you've been in, I've been explored, but maybe there's other stuff that you haven't seen yet. I mean, you did get a good glance of Ollie's desk, but not so much of, like, the bookshelf or anything left over in there. Not that it was very big, but
Oh
at least
god,
it
do the
seems like a
rooms
calm room,
change?
Yeah.
So, what you guys gonna do?
Doing a goddamn perception check.
Alright, go ahead.
I mean, Qherial doesn't really want to re-explore any rooms until they see
Maybe
all
just
the
looking
rooms.
from the doorway to see if she notices anything new. She's actually paying attention.
Okay.
God damn it!
Nice.
Okay, I'm for story's sake, and because you have been in this room before, I'm gonna give you a roll at advantage.
That's Messo's modifier, isn't it? Yeah.
Perception modifier?
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
You ain't better.
Then you roll a 5 and then a 7. But
God.
Qherial rolled an 18 and Messo got a 22. Oh my
That's a
god.
nat 20,
I can
baby.
see.
That's a nat 20.
So I see where dice parser is for me today. I am gonna get shit rolls throughout this whole session. I can
Let's
just
make this not
tell.
the entire session.
It's
Please.
gonna be
Nice
majority of
please
the
roll
rolls.
super
I know
good.
that.
Yeah, Vanier, you look around, you're like, okay, it's mostly the same stuff. And everything kind of feels like it's just blurring together a little bit at this point, because you guys are going through room to room to room to room, and you're like, I don't know what's up with this. But,
Yeah.
on the other hand, I'm going to assume that Messo is the first person to point it out, and shortly after Qherial. But, Messo, you likely have a thing for shiny objects, because this one stands out to you very well. There is a tiny box that is left on Ollie's desk. You could have sworn that you checked through the desk thoroughly, and yet somehow, only now this box stands out to you. It's a very small one. It looks like you can hold it in your hand. Well, maybe 2 hands, given how tiny you are, but it should be able to fit into a normal person's hands pretty easily.
Messo's gonna walk into the room and pick up the box.
Okay. So you take a look at the
Nice.
box, and you get a good look at it. It has a faded red kind of coloring all over. It kind of feels like it's like a soft velvet kind of thing. Very soft fabric, at least, covering the lid and all that. Almost like a tiny jewelry box. And there's some gold trimming throughout the whole thing. It looks very elegant. Definitely something Ollie would own, of course. Sounds about right. But engraved on the lid, very subtly, in fancy font, it reads, "Trust to open."
Do you
Messo's gonna
press to
press
open?
it. Press. I clock open Pandora's box.
Yay!
I'm taking that you use all of your 5-year-old energy to push open this box's lid.
I'm so sorry,
Vanier just face palms heavily.
What's in the box?
So you press on this box and you actually kind of jump back because it kind of flings out of your hands and it falls to the ground. And then it begins to unfold on itself and revealing a very old school looking chair.
Well, you're a bit of an odd looking lot, aren't you?
The chair can talk!
Hello?
Vanier
Actually goes into the actually properly walks in the sense of approaching. Goes, hello. Yeah, and I mean this place is pretty odd to say the least. So, who are you by any chance?
Well, isn't it a bit obvious? You guys look beat. You need a good sit. Go on.
Where's your mouth?
Don't be shy. Have a sit. Have a sit.
Can I roll?
Talking.
Can I roll insight on the chair?
Yeah, you can roll insight on the chair.
Oh, I forgot that. Oh no.
I'm doing an insight roll on a chair. We're doing a vibe check on this chair.
Okay.
Okay, that's a 15. Let's see what Oogie gets.
I don't think Qherial trusts the chair.
I'm gonna say both paths. It's probably not that hard. From what you can understand, the insight is that this chair just really wants you to sit down and take a break. This chair knows that you've been running around doing something, but doesn't know what.
Are you going to eat me?
What?
No.
You just puts a hand on his head, on Messo's head. Just an instant, just hand on top of head.
Nah, you don't have to worry anything, kid. I am Maurice. I do assisting with the sit. So, you look tired. Come on, have a sit. It's a good sit.
Right? And I do want to keep in mind, there's not much room in this room. It's enough that it has all of you guys in here, and this chair as well. And including the chair that already sits at Ollie's desk. Of course, that's pushed in, but still. Not much room to
Qherial
walk
looks
around,
at the
is there?
others.
Vanier just looks at.
Sorry, what was the question?
I just said Qherial looks at the others.
Ah.
Vanier looks back.
Messo
Qherial
holds out a
shrugs.
hand for a handshake. Hi, I'm Messo. It's nice to meet you, Maurice.
Ah, the pleasure's all mine, kid. I'd shake your hand, but I don't have hands of my own. But I can provide a good quality sit.
I mean, you should have arms, though.
I do, in fact, have arms. You're a smart kid. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just inch over here, and I'm gonna put my arm on your hand, and that'll be as close as I get, kid. All right, let's do this shake hand thing.
Vanier just like turns, trying to hold in a laughter from that.
Messo lightly shakes the arm of the chair.
I feel like Maurice here is trying to like gently tap the side of Messo's hand because that's probably the closest they're gonna get.
Well,
Yeah,
not sure how successful that was, but it was an experience. Well done, kid. Well done.
it seems pretty successful, from the looks of things.
You're welcome.
Still got that quality sit on offer.
God. At the same time, I'm so suspicious of this chair, but I love this chair so much.
Qherial's suspicious of the chair.
I mean, you did roll an insight, and as far as you know, this chair is speaking the truth. It just wants you to sit down.
God, my
There's
boy
only
is
one
dumb.
chair.
Please.
The boy's gonna. I figured it was gonna be the boy. That's good.
Can someone please ask the chair its motives, or else my boy is going to do something very impulsive?
I mean, it already told us that
It's already
it
told
wants us to
us.
have a good sit.
Yeah.
And you said you're not gonna eat me if I sit on you.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
Oh. I take that Messo sits down.
Yes.
Okay, you sit down and you feel really comfy. This is probably the most cushiony chair you have ever sat in. It feels like you're practically on a cloud, which is kind of ironic considering what you are, but it's pretty soft. Like, it feels like it's just the right amount, just relaxing for a bit. And you feel a lot better as you are sitting in it. All that
Nice.
worry that you had, it's beginning to kind of go away a little bit more.
Messo,
Huh.
I can't describe his expression, but he's just there's like those little flower symbols by his head.
Uh,
Oh, Messo, my beloved.
There you go.
Good.
One good quality sit sets everybody right.
It's pretty comfy.
Vanier looks over to Fuck, I keep on forgetting your character's name.
Qherial.
Qherial?
Qherial.
Qherial?
Imagine
Sorry.
Carrie, but then add an EL at the end.
Okay, Qherial.
Yeah.
I've been imagining like Qherial. You carry all the letters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Vanier just looks at Qherial.
Qherial doesn't know what to do about this.
Do you guys want to turn on the chair?
You know what? Sure.
Can you get out of the chair?
Messo is going to attempt to get out of the chair.
You do indeed get out of the chair. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay.
He's not fly trapped to the chair.
Vanier.
Look, Ollie can have cursed items, but he can have some enchanted ones too, as a treat.
Alright.
Okay.
Qherial does a little, wiping sweat away thing.
God.
Anyone else up for a good sit?
I mean, while you're here,
Yeah. Sure. Vanier sits.
There you go. Get
Fanny?
comfy.
Vanier, the moment you sit down, you instantly feel a lot better. You feel like that panic and the worry that you've had over Ollie is beginning to kind of slip away just a tiny bit. Like, you're still worried for him, no doubt. But
Yeah.
it feels a lot more manageable because you got a feeling that knowing him, he's gonna be okay. He's gotta be. This guy's been through a lot of stuff. He's told you stories of adventures he's been on where it could have been a near-death experience, and yet somehow he's still walking around aimlessly without a care in the world. And he's still, hasn't got a single bruise or scratch on him.
How is this guy not dead yet?
Yeah. So random question,
Well,
because
you feel a
I
lot
did get
better.
one hit. I did get like 1 hit point of damage from our before the break.
And with
From-
that, you get that point back.
Oh shit! Cool.
But yeah, you feel pretty comfy. Again, like how Messo's experience was, you feel like you've never felt before. It's so comfy. Like, the bed you got here is pretty nice, but this is This feels even better. You could probably fall asleep in this chair if you could.
Vanier gets up before actually falling asleep because she knows she has a mission to do still. Thank you. And
You're most welcome.
that was certainly needed.
Alright, I guess Qherial does an awkward little bird perch on the chair.
Come on, don't be shy. It's all good.
Oh,
Okay, she slowly slides her feet down.
There you go. Comfy as can be.
But yeah, Qherial, you slide down awkwardly. You're just like, oh god, what is this? Oh, I'm being peer pressured by a chair. Okay. But the minute you finally settle, it actually feels quite nice. You feel like you kind of needed this. Because you've been running around a bit. You've been working hard outside of this too. So to have all this stuff happen at the same time, you can tell you're stressed. And you can feel that stress kind of slipping away just a little bit more. You feel a lot better.
Nice. Okay, she gets up.
There we
Vanier
go.
gives a little nut.
All set.
Vanier gives a little nut. Vanier gives a little nod going, thank you for the little bit of rest.
It's my pleasure. Happy to serve.
We do need to actually get going and see if we can find Ollie. Maybe he'll definitely deserve a good rest once we find him.
Or is he missing or something?
He's kind of gotten lost in his own house, per se.
He got kidnapped by a ghost.
Yeah.
Oh. I see.
Yeah.
Problematic, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that won't do. That won't do at all.
Once we find him, we'll certainly bring him to you for a good rest.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A good sip. That'll fix anything. Just about.
Weird question. Do you know any secret ways up to the attic that's not busting a hole through the ceiling?
I mean, isn't there like a ladder or something?
Oh, the ladder doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah, the doors are broken.
Also problematic.
The whole house got shuffled, per se.
Oh, okay. This is unusual, even for a Tuesday. I dunno.
I mean, it's no harm in asking, per se.
Yeah, thank you for your help.
Thank you for helping calming our nerves a bit more.
No problem. If you need me, you may as well take me along.
And I do want to mention during this, as Maurice says this, there is in fact like a very tiny button on the back of like the seat, like the way for your back, that kind of stands out from the rest a little bit. It's golden, kind of like the other buttons and everything on him, but it looks like that seems to be the button to kind of make him return to that little compartment.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll definitely take you along. We just need to. Do I just press this and you become a little box again?
Oh, yeah, I'm
Pressing?
very portable, very portable. Go right ahead.
Okay. Vanier presses the button.
You push the button and kind of like, I almost feel it's similar to like how the stuff goes into the bag in Sword in the Stone, Merlin's bag. It almost feels like that. Just kind of whoop, and just folds itself back into this little tiny box. And it just lands on the floor.
Who wants to take the chair? Alright, Maurice. Yeah, who wants to take Maurice?
Do I just take it because I seem to be picking up everything that we've been picking up in this place?
I mean, I could put it in my hammer's base.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
Messo takes the box and sticks it in his hair.
Okay. You have now acquired one traveling chair along your party, alongside the two masks that are also just kind of vibing on top of your heads.
Yeah.
Because
And
let's
the
not
random
forget that Tom
scarf
and Tail
that
are indeed there.
and the random scarf that Vanier picked up a lot more earlier in our first session.
Mm-hmm. And to mention on that scarf just a tiny bit for now, but we'll likely find out a little bit more about it later on. But for now, at least Vanier, since you've been wearing it, you feel a little bit more energized because of the scarf too. Like it kind of has like a magical property to it, but you're not sure what it does exactly yet.
Hmm.
But it's got a pretty nice silver look to it, so hey.
Yeah.
Now there's only other doors to discover.
Vanier opens up the door, leaving the study to see where we go.
And that means I need to roll again.
Yes, you do.
Let's see, a 10. What's the 10 give me? Let's see here. Okay, you make it back into Ollie's bedroom.
Is there anything in here?
I mean, you can look around and find out.
Fuck around and
my
find
God.
out, boy. Nat 20.
I don't know who the fuck got the nat 20.
That's
that was Meso.
me.
Yeah,
No,
I got
a
a 16.
I got a dirty 20. Qherial got the nat 20.
Yeah, is there anything new in
Anyway.
here?
You guys take a step inside to take a look around. You're thoroughly checking everything. I mean, heck, even under the bed, but there's not much there aside from maybe a couple dust bunnies. And maybe a little box that has some like old memorabilia stuff that Ollie likes, but aside from that, nothing really stands out.
Damn.
But you get a good
Damn.
feeling to check the door one more time and try to open it.
Alright,
And
let's open the door.
And so you open the door again. And this time, there's a lot of plants on the other side.
We found the greenhouse.
Vanier perks up.
Goodness.
There's probably stuff in there.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Well, it's up to you.
Vanier goes in. She's curious.
Can I roll a perception
Yeah, sure.
before I enter?
Yeah.
Whoa. Yeah, I'm also gonna do that.
Heck yeah. Get those rolls in. You got a 13 and a 20. Well, technically 14, but you know.
14.
And a 14. Okay. As you guys are about to step in, you do notice that there is a lot of different kind of plants. And it feels almost overgrown in here at this point. It looks like it's been here for quite a while. And it kind of almost looks like there's a little Venus flytrap on one of the sides of the room.
Didn't the tape say about something about the greenhouse?
I think it was.
As a DM, I will say I did DM the transcript in case you need a little refresher.
Oh shit! I totally remember the fucking name of the person. Yes.
This is a moment where you can tell that there's the gears turning in Messo's head. There's a visual representation of it floating above his head.
It's Leota's greenhouse, right?
Heck.
the more you think about it, the more you're thinking on it. I mean, heck, at this point, it's probably Vanier probably replaying one of the tapes just to get a good grasp on it, which we don't have to replay again because we already heard it
Yeah.
earlier.
Oh, yeah.
But
It was definitely Leoda's greenhouse. Or green room, whatever.
Greenhouse.
It was an extra room they had, from what I recall. But she made it into a greenhouse of sorts. So we are technically still in the house. It just was something that.
Well, this was one of the locations we had to go, right?
Yeah,
Where
since it's important to the ghost.
where is the greenhouse, though?
well, it seems otherwise. You guys are staring right at it.
No, I mean like physical
Incorporation
location
of the
inside
house.
the house.
Yeah, unlike where.
Like which floor it's on. I see.
Yeah. Like.
For you guys, you probably. I think in character, you guys wouldn't be able to tell for sure because you guys haven't really ran upstairs much. Well, actually, Vanier might have. Vanier vaguely might know and recognizes that it's like on the third floor that goes along with Ollie's bedroom, basically.
Oh. So was one of the rooms up on the third floor. Okay.
Ooh, we're not supposed to be in there. Cool, that means we've got to be in here.
It's where the plot demands us to go. Listen, if there's a sign saying not to walk into some place, probably gonna have to walk into that place.
At some point or another.
Yep.
One point or another.
So Vanier's gonna take another look around the room, see if there's anything interesting.
Yeah, go ahead. You can do another
15.
roll. 15. Yeah, I'm gonna say that passes. Okay. So, Vanier, as you were looking around, you notice on one of the shelves that has like a bunch of plants kind of potted in and everything. A bunch of pretty flowers, some that you have never seen before. Vines, you name it. Amongst it, inside what looks like a vine, and holding it together, is another tape.
Oh. We got another tape here, guys.
A tape hidden in the greenhouse.
Vanier tries to get the tape out without disturbing the plants all too much.
Okay. Let's check. What's your guys' passive perception?
13.
16.
It says a 10 on my sheet.
Wasn't it a 12, you said?
I think it's a 12. I really need to actually properly fix up this sheet. This is like the first sheet I made. Anyway.
So, as you guys are taking a look at this tape, on the other side of the room, whoever I can't. My brain is already doing a fart. I believe it was Vanier who has the highest. Oh wait, no.
No.
No, it's Qherial.
Qherial. It was Qherial.
Okay.
Qherial.
Qherial, you can hear it from behind you. That Venus flytrap from earlier. Yeah, you can hear it. You can hear it trying to snap and trying to eat. It hasn't really had much anything for a while now.
Eat just in general?
Just in general.
Or she turns around?
In a weird way, it almost kind of like resembles like the piranha plants you'd see in Mario.
Anyone got some food?
I might have some food.
I mean, you can try checking your hammer space and find out.
Alright, hold on.
I mean, hey, you guys are tunes. You can pull out nearly anything from your pockets if you're ever so willing.
7. Messo pulls out a cream pie.
3.
I got a 4.
Qherial pulls out a Qherial reaches into her bag and has her feathers. She has her hands cupped around something, and then she releases a bunch of flies.
How did you get flies in your pocket?
Oh, you know.
That's fair.
she goes flying a lot.
What did Vanier get?
Vanier went to get her the tape player.
Ah,
Her
yeah,
bag.
that's great. So the two of you are feeding this plant. This plant seems very happy about that. Hasn't been fed in a long time.
Gives
And
it
it
the
humbly
entire cream
accepts
pie.
both. Oh, yes. One big gulp is all it takes. But it is taking its time with the flies. Meanwhile, Vanier, you carefully pick away at like the vines that are kind of holding this tape up, and you manage to get it out pretty well.
Yeah.
And as you kind of like flip it over to see the label on it, it says "My Love."
Vanier puts it into the thing and places it.
Ollie, what? Oh, why do you have your tape recorder with you again? Is that on?
Yeah, I figured if we're here, maybe we can record some of these little moments so we can look back on it and see how life was in the past. Sorry. I apologize if I interrupted you, Leota.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Ollie, I appreciate your enthusiasm for all this change. I hope you remain like that for when we do get to that. I've been thinking about our anniversary, though.
That's right. You wanted to wear your dress again, correct?
That's right. And to meet in the foyer at around 8 o'clock to start our evening together. Look, maybe we should discuss this off the tape.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Can you put down a transcript on that, because it was kind of hard
Give
to
me a sec.
hear.
I just gotta snag it.
Yeah, Leo's does half of the talk was a little bit mumbled, so I couldn't quite pick up what she was saying.
Let me find the script, because I do have a script for these. Where are they? Where? There it is. Let me go and copy paste it over. I'm stalling for time. Don't worry about it. It's all fine.
I hold you soft.
And here I am copy pasting. Come on, my phone is taking its time.
Do 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 do.
No, it didn't copy properly. No, my song failed. I'm a professional at the end. Don't worry about it.
God.
I totally know what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
I know what I'm doing. This is great. And I just gotta take that down, and then I'll be back in a second. I just gotta get to the chat and put it in. Just do that. Reading.
Do 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 do. Do do do. Commercial break.
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. We can read it up. And this is where the characters take a minute to process what is said. Even though it wasn't very long, shockingly.
Yeah.
Long story short, it sounded like that these two were about to get together. For an anniversary?
I mean, we did see a wedding picture. So.
And she did appear to be in a wedding dress when you first saw her.
Yeah.
Sus.
Is this gonna turn into a murder mystery?
I don't know.
What time is it?
It has been an hour since we started, but we did kind of start a little bit late because setting up.
I mean in game.
Oh, in game. In game. I'd say it's still kind of like the afternoon. Like it's probably hitting like 3, 4 o'clock, probably. At least that's your assumption, because that's kind of how it is. But it's raining really hard still outside. Like there are windows in this room. You can tell it's been raining.
So we probably don't have to wait until 8 o'clock?
Probably not. Most likely not. I mean, that would technically be a long time ago now, wouldn't it?
Should we continue on with looking for the other rooms? And see if we can...
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I don't really like her, but do you think if we brought Leota one of her plants, she'd be not as mean?
Maybe. Which one do you think she would like the best?
I don't know a lot about the caring of plants. Messo stares at like a bush.
You kind of like stare at like one of the tables. In fact, probably the one that the Venus flytrap is on. And there's a bunch of other plants as well. They all got different kinds of wild colors and different shapes, different types. They're from all over the place. Different tune styles even. There's likely a couple UPA looking ones. There's definitely ones that look a little more realistic and
Is there any that are in like a pot?
yeah, there's quite a few actually that are sitting in pots too.
Is there one that Messo can carry?
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like it's probably similar to a succulent kind of.
I'm doing a nature check.
Okay.
16.
Oh yeah, that'll pass. Okay. So your nature check, you're probably checking to see which plants would be best preferred, you think?
Yeah,
Or how to
that
take care of
and
them.
which ones are not gonna be harmful if a kid picks it up.
There's a few you can tell that they seem not as safe, but they're not necessarily bad as long as you look after them right. So you're like, maybe not the bigger ones. Maybe the succulent's probably for the best. If the succulent's not going to be very harmful, it's just kind of sitting there.
Let's go with this one.
Oh, rip.
Qherial tried rolling a nature check as well.
I think Qherial picks up the Venus flytrap and is like, I'm taking this.
I mean, you did feed it, so it does seem like a little bit happier towards you.
Are you sure? That one's kind of big.
How big is this Venus flytrap one?
He's bigger than your average Venus flytrap, like in real life, but not as big as Little Shop of Horrors kind. He's definitely a lot smaller than that.
Okay.
He's not gonna talk because God forbid.
Feed me, Seymour! Feed me!
Okay, maybe a smaller one then.
Yeah, you put it back and you look around a little bit longer.
I'll definitely talk to
There's not
Ollie
much else you
about.
can look at. At least you can tell, basing on your knowledge, but at least you got one.
I'll definitely talk to Ollie, see if I can come back into this room after shenanigans, because I don't mind taking care of the plants.
Aww. So now you have acquired a traveling chair and you now have a succulent.
Yeah!
Just a little succulent in a pot. This is vibing.
Messo
Also,
holding this plant.
here's kind of a funny thought. We could probably use the chair on the ghost.
We could probably try using the chair on the ghost.
I mean, she's pretty upset, so she needs some like de-stressing and such like that.
I mean, you never know.
Yeah, we never know.
I mean, have you ever tried to calm a ghost before? No. So there's still possibilities.
I mean, Vanny did try talking to the ghost when it was first a problem, but then that didn't help out all too well.
Yeah, you guys look around the room. There's not much else you can find aside from all that.
Vanny goes to the door and opens it up.
Let's see what you get behind this lucky door. I'm gonna roll again because I can. I'm the DM. I do what I want. Okay. Okay, what's a 12 get me? Let's see. Okay, that doesn't work. I need to do that again. You already are in the room. I'm not causing a paradox. That's not happening. Not in this house.
You open the door once, it's just a swirling vortex. Slowly close the door.
No, just two-step. Don't worry about it.
Open, close, open, close, open, close.
Okay, you open it again and you find the dining room again.
Is there a sink in the dining room?
Not that you know of, no.
Damn it. I'm thinking of the kitchen.
I mean, if you guys want to keep opening and closing the door to find something.
Have we been in the dining room?
Yes.
You were
Yeah,
just
that's
in
where we
at
started
the beginning of
today.
of this
Oh
session.
shit. I thought we were in the kitchen. Fuck.
No.
I am very good at this. Yes.
So,
It's okay. It's okay.
Vanya's-
Your character's 5. You got an excuse.
So, I'm guessing we're gonna shut the door and try again.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Peter just.
please.
I'm gonna roll again. Don't worry. My plans are totally not flawed and funky. Don't worry about it.
I mean, you could always just rig it. Like you could take whatever you don't want out of the roulette.
Oh, that's true. Okay, in that case, I'm gonna. Okay, so you make it back to the living room.
Huh.
Okay.
Is there anything up with the living room?
I'm doing.
Oh, I mean, you guys probably look around and find out, but
18.
I assume you guys kind of hesitantly step in because you're like, no, I'm sure we've already been through here.
A bit hesitant.
There can't be more stuff, can there?
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah, let's see. So we got an 18, a 13, and a 21. You perceive greatly. For better or for worse, I don't know. But I'm gonna say because Messo got the highest roll out of the 3. Messo, you realize that there's something in here that you didn't notice before. and you take a look over at the little like table by the window, kind of like a little spot to hang out in, and you realize there's a deck of cards that you have never seen in here before.
Oh God.
Does Vanier recognize these cards?
Oh, Vanier, you are very familiar with these cards.
We are not touching those cards.
What? Why not?
Unless you want to get stuck in an Uno game for the rest of the day, I suggest not touching those cards.
Hold on. I need
Hmm.
to look at the character sheet for Messo.
Okay.
Does Messo know what Uno is?
I guess it depends. I'm not sure.
No, I
in
made
your
him know the game Skip-Bo, not that. Anyway.
Okay. Well, in that case, you don't know what Uno is, but you're like,
What's Uno?
It's a card game.
Sometimes it's short and sometimes it's not.
This one makes it not short, and it just keeps on trapping you in a... Because the whole goal of the game is getting down to 0 cards of your own hand.
Uh-huh.
And what the card deck does is prevent that.
How do you get down to 0 cards?
Basically copying either the number or the color that's on the deck when you place down a card.
I wouldn't
Hey,
be very
Vanier.
good at that game.
Vanier, Messo,
Mhm.
I want you both to do a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no!
Oh no.
No!
Oh no.
Okay.
Please, Vanier, I send you my energy.
Okay. Vanier, you had the slightest urge to like pick up a card and show Messo what you mean by it, but you managed to hesitate. You're like, no. That's
No.
the feeling. That's how it lures you in. That feeling drags you in. Yeah, no.
Vanier's
not
gonna
happening.
take... Is there like a fucking like tablecloth or something around?
Oh, there is like a little packaged box that's like right beside the cards. The cards were kind of just left out because last you recall, you and Ollie were playing this for a good matter of hours, and that didn't really go well.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just put like a box on top of them if you don't want to handle the cards at all.
And
Out of
Messo,
sight.
because you rolled so high, you do not pick up the cards. You just kind of stare at them intently, but you don't have enough urge to grab them yet, knowing that Vanier told you a lot about them.
There's also the fact that Messo is slightly sad because it's a color-based game.
Oh, that's
You
true.
don't have all his colors. Those
You
are
always
black
have
and
the
white in
colorful
his
card.
hand. Yeah.
How's
He can
Qherial
only
feeling
play the
about
red
this?
ones.
Vanier is gonna... She does not know if the cards will instantly drag her in if she touches the cards. So what Vanier's gonna do is find a box or something around the room and just kind of put it over the cards and the and such like that to hide away the cards for the temporary time being.
I mean, you can roll perception to see if there is a box in the room.
10. Fuck.
Meanwhile, Qherial, how are you feeling about this? You've been kind of just watching these two go at it with these cards.
Yeah, can Qherial look for a box too?
Yeah, and anyone can roll.
Oh.
Please,
So far,
please,
so good.
please.
Both got 10. Let's see what Messo gets.
I don't know if these cards just like have the awkwardness of...
No! That's
Oh my
worse, but also
God.
no!
Okay.
Yeah, there's no luck. There is no box in this room.
Vanier kind of just sauce and goes, okay. Vanier's gonna grab the case of the Uno deck cards and kind of puts the cards into the box as quickly as she can.
Let's make you do a sleight of hand. See how quick you are.
Man?
I mean, you do got big
God.
scarf hands.
Okay.
So I could probably pick it up quickly enough. Pinch it, but
No!
You try to shove it in as much as you can, but you only got about half the deck in, and oh no, you're beginning to get that feeling again. You kind of want to play the game.
Is it
Mm-mm.
obvious? Is it obvious?
Oh yeah, it is obvious.
Nope, nope.
Can Messo cast Gust? to
Remind
fucking
me
disturb the
what
cards?
Gus does.
Hold on. I need to pull it up because I totally have everything prepared at all times and did not forget to pull up my spells. Yes? There's no me fumbling right now. What are you talking about?
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Gust is a cantrip. Um, it says it can't be used for this effect, but also I really want to do it. Because it does make sense, and it is kind of on the table. So if I could take a screenshot, that would be nice, computer.
Yeah, you can screen cap the notes
Computer,
here.
can you take a screenshot? Is that something my computer is able to do?
Hey, Magic's computer, can you please screen cap for us, like right now
Hey,
during game? Can you just do that? And could you maybe like cook me a nice meal as well during that?
Okay, there we go.
Oh no, meal. Okay.
Alright. But basically, gust of air to try to disturb the cards, or Vanier to like knock her out of it. Basically. I cast gust of wind upon ye.
Yeah, it doesn't say in the notes, but considering it's kind of like a creative solution, I might just give it to you.
I wiggle at you.
Yeah, okay, you can do that.
Vanier, you're smacked in the face by a gust of wind.
Vanier just kind of like goes of the cards and just steps back a bit.
We can
Thank
deal
you.
with the cards later.
Okay, let's do that. Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. God.
I think while that was happening, Qherial already started opening and closing the door.
Okay. Okay. You try to open and close the door again. Let's see what we got here. Might be a shorter game, by the way, but who knows? Okay. So you guys make your way back. Well, the door opens and it looks like it just goes straight into the foyer. Maybe not from the same position that typically this room would be in, but regardless, it still takes you to the foyer.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm doing a perception check
Alright.
when we go in.
A possession check?
Not possession! I have a fucking problem with saying
A
words at
possession
times.
check.
I am sorry. I actually have a hard time saying words. I
No, it's
do.
okay. I'm
Valid.
sorry for making fun of you. It's just funny. I hold you very soft. I'm sorry. You're good.
Let's see. 10, 16, and a 6. I'm gonna say the 10 and the 16
Nice.
sound. Probably not
6.
too hard to see at this point. So Vanier and Qherial, you both wander into the foyer. You're like, oh cool, we're back here now. Hasn't been in here in a while. And you guys begin to look around the place, and just on a table nearby, there is what looks like something shiny. Something that really stands out from the rest of it. You never noticed this before, but it's there.
What was noticed?
Ken.
Oh, I guess you'll have to take a look. You'll have to walk
Qherial's
forward.
gonna go take a look.
Okay. Qherial, you take a look over, and it looks like a mirror. It just kind of looks like a little old golden mirror. Now, if I could pull up my reference, it does look a little cracked in the main face of it, but otherwise it still looks like a pretty intact mirror.
Vanier walks over and looks at it as well from around just like over the shoulder.
Okay. Yeah, you take a look at it. It looks pretty. Looks like it's kind of old. It kind of has a magical look to it for some reason. It has like this very subtle glow.
I don't like that very much. Qherial, like, wait, she's just looking at it, right?
Yeah, I mean you can pick it up and take a little closer look if you want.
Qherial does not pick it up, but like peers over it.
Oh, so you're just kind of like directly face first towards it.
Yeah.
Like face kind of takes up most of the reflection. I take it.
Yeah, and like looking in it as though it's like not a mirror.
So you glance into this mirror, and well, there's a reflection of you, but there's something a little bit different though. It looks like you, but when you were a lot younger.
A baby.
A baby.
A baby.
You look a lot younger in this. Well, it almost looks like a memory, actually. When you look, there's this little bright-eyed bird looking back at you, and you can hear someone call your name in the distance. Your reflection kind of looks over her shoulder, and there is a wood elf ranger who kind of just smiles back and waves at you and goes, "Qherial, come on!" And your reflection turns around and just goes, "Coming," and runs off. And you can see that your younger self has kind of had always this love for playing around and learning all different kinds of things, exploring and all that. Maybe even learning spells. Kind of something that you always had. It's just this warm, happy moment that you just think fondly back at sometimes. You don't openly think it often, of course, but this mirror kind of really brings it up to life, though.
Man.
Baby.
I wasn't expecting you to come for me like that. And neither was Qherial.
But yeah, the more you look at the mirror, though, there's just these memories that just kind of flood back to you, just a little bit. It's kind of heartwarming because, during all this, running around in a spooky house and trying to track down Ollie and deal with this ghost, there's just this moment of calm again. Just like, oh yeah, that's right. That's why I decided to explore and do what I do.
Yeah, Qherial picks up the mirror and like holds it gently.
Vanier has this kind of look of confusion. And
Oh, did anyone else hear it?
Oh yeah, you can definitely hear it. I'm assuming you guys are pretty close, and you guys are kind of spectating this mirror, so.
Yeah. Vanier has this kind of odd look of confusion and a bit sadness to them as they kind of like reach for their head slightly in a pondering thinking of sorts and looks at the mirror.
Now, I should ask, are you looking into the mirror? Or are you not?
I don't know if the mirror's she's probably not directly looking at the mirror because she was behind Qherial's shoulder when she was looking at it.
How's Messo during this, by the way?
Messo's short.
Well, as a little kid, I can imagine that you with your thing of finding shiny things in this game.
Messo's eyes emoji, but depending on how tall is Qherial?
I wrote it down. We're 4'8".
Messo's like 5'3".
5.
What?
Not
5.
No, I meant 3'5". I can do more. I am fucking yeah.
If that was the case, he'd be taller than Ollie. Oh my god.
No. I'm very good at words today, and I should drink water, because water is good for you.
Do that.
But depending on how Qherial's holding this mirror, he may not be able to see into it.
Yeah, Qherial turns the mirror around so she's holding it with the handle out and like offers it to the others and says, "Do you want to look?"
Vanier has a look of hesitancy before she reaches to grab the mirror and look at it.
Okay. So you see that like the reflection that was for Qherial kind of just fades away into like that blue glass that you see. But then something else fades back up, and there's your reflection, Vanier.
Hmm?
Although you look a little different than how you do now. In fact, it almost feels like you're staring at a stranger. And, well, you look really curious and, well, bright-eyed and, well, generally a lot different than what you do now. No hat. You still got the same old scarf, though, so that's kind of nice. And you look like you're on a farm. And you can hear someone else nearby, and they walk up with you. He smiles and laughs along with you and talks about something, probably asking, "Oh, what are you gonna do later on? What are you gonna do later today?" And you just kind of turn around and you're like, "Well, I might walk down the path again if you want to go with me." Yeah, okay. And he kind of wanders off, and you kind of just look at your reflection a little bit longer, and a little bit more. It kind of feels like you're just distracted by something, but then you hear someone talk in the background, and they call out, "Hey, Ivy, are you coming over here? I kind of need your help with something." And you react, and your reflection leaves the scene to go help.
One Vanier has a hand to her head and kind of mutters, "Is that my name?"
I thought your name was Vanier. Do you have
What?
two names?
Qherial is
Oh my
kind
god,
of
does mom
giving
let you
them
have two names?
space.
Hold on.
Qherial
What
is
was
giving
that?
them space because it's not her business.
Uh, I, I don't know, 'cause I don't remember much. Vanier was something just a random person called me when I woke up, and I kind of just took the name. But
Messo gives like a nod. Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like I need to do the group again. Why does your mom get to have two names, huh? I feel like there's probably like this heartwarming kind of like realization for Vanier. Like, huh, there's a little bit more to me than I thought.
yeah, though she's questioning why what happened to her to have her look so different now.
Hmm.
And I'm guessing her memory's still pretty foggy because she doesn't really recognize much other
Oh
than
yeah,
her
no.
own.
At most, you just kind of recognize your own face,
And the
and
fact
even
that
that's a little different.
she's still questioning if Ivy's still her name in a sense of things because it's like, yeah, her reflection responded to that, but it just probably feels so distant in that regard.
Mhm.
Uh, you you want to try and see if anything pops up for you? She
Oh,
lowers the mirror down to Miso.
Messo puts the plant on the table, so he doesn't accidentally drop it or something.
Mm.
okay,
But he takes the mirror.
okay. Also, you look into the mirror and the reflection just kind of looks like you. Just current time you, kind of. But the location you're in this mirror reflection is different than Ollie's house. In fact, it looks like you're outside, and this probably sounds a little silly, but it almost feels like as if you were to hand the camera of a phone to a tiny toddler child who is running around with it, and you can see the most excited expression on their face. It's a little jumbly, you're not gonna lie. You were really excited that day. You recognize that this was a day that you had before, and from there let's see. You're kind of running off, and there's like a cliff, and you want to jump so bad. And of course, you can hear somebody in the distance as well try to tell you not to. And yet you do so anyway. You look so happy. You pull out your umbrella and you float back down easily. There's always this kind of like the sense of adventure that you've always enjoyed. Of course, there's moments where you feel like maybe you shouldn't have, but at the same time, you don't really regret it. It's a lot shorter of a memory than the other ones. And I believe at this point we also need to take a little break for a second, so we can shape up and all that.
I do a wiggle. Listen, that was probably his mom in the background. I'll be honest.
Yes.
Just Messo, don't jump off the. Oh, there he goes.
Exactly. But yeah, we will take a break. We'll take a 10-15 minute break and go from there.
God damn it, Ike!
I will be right back because I do need to grab food and all that stuff. So hee.
How old you sobbed, Oogie? God.
My character has memory issues. She needs to know her actual name.
Well, she now has a lot of question marks.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yep, her name's Ivy.
God. Alright, I'm gonna go probably also grab a snack. I'll be back.
Updated the sheet just a tad bit so that her name. Her name actually has Ivy in it, so it's Vanier question mark Ivy question mark. Like, I'm.
You know what? Heck it, I'm on mute. Aha! I can speak. No, I should write my game for, what's today? Friday. That sounds like a good idea. Yeah.
I'm alive as well.
Hi.
Eh.
I just cracked open the Finding Fractal sheet. There we go.
I also have a game on Friday that I need to well, it's already written kind of, but it's a part 2, so I need to add more things.
I do a wiggle at you. Understandable.
Yeah.
I shared the picture that I drew like last year, and I've been holding on to, and art.
Oh. A baby.
A baby.
Also, I've
Adventure Grandpa,
Van's
cursed,
face was showing. It's like,
said test.
Fuck it. Because that was one of the reasons why I was holding it off. Because the funny thing is, I'm used to calling Vanier, not because I haven't used Ivy that much.
I mean, you can just still use Vanier.
Mm-hmm. Depends on
I
what.
mean, she's in that fun case of still confusion about the name, in the sense of questioning if it's actually her name or not. So I can let that fly.
Okay.
Adventure Grandpa, cursed, Ike, said hello viewers, it is me Ike, I'm waiting for food during this little break time AIEOU John Madden football or something, hope you are self-caring.
Oh, it didn't do the
Is it not
Adventure
gonna
Grandpa, cursed, Ike, said
There it is.
I'm getting some food myself currently, so.
Adventure Grandpa, cursed, Ike, said oh what if I just play the game like this dash. No, absolutely not, I don't think a robotic DM is a good idea, he who.
I mean, it could work, to be honest.
Can you...
Not in this setting. Not in this setting. If it was any other setting, it would probably go well, but not in this setting, personally.
It says your name every time.
Yeah.
Adventure Grandpa, cursed, Ike.
Plagueless land. Sorry.
Okay. So the scarf had. Cool. So wait, is it a case of like whoever wears it has the spell on them?
Adventure Grandpa, cursed,
I think
Ike,
you can use it to
said hi,
cast,
are you not
like, on
entertained?
stuff.
Listen to this amazing voice that is totally me and not at all just the text-to-speech bot.
Damn, that's a
I
5th
can't
level
believe
spell.
this is what Grandpa Ollie sounds like.
Yeah, that's a 5th level spell, and it's a self cast spell from that one. Though,
It's-
oh, that's what I was getting confused on. I have an alternate,
Adventure Grandpa, cursed, Ike, said this
Is
does a
me.
good impression of being happy? Perhaps.
yeah,
Perhaps.
there's a second,
He who.
there's another spell
He
that,
who. He who.
that I was thinking of, which is protection from evil and good, which is what my other character has, which is a touch-based spell.
Okay.
But the spell dispel evil and good seems to be a case of whoever's wearing it. That's what my guess is for an item. It's one of those you have to be wearing it for it to work on you.
Adventure Grandpa, cursed, Ike, said May says it does handle a questioning tone well but not excited? So what if I keep using question marks? Do more question marks change anything? Who is?
Okay. So it's just mainly just protection at that point from any shenanigans. Good. Yeah. I had to dig a double take on that definitely because I have a character named Jimmy and she has protection from evil and good, not the spell evil and good, which are two separate different spells.
Hey, food.
I'm still getting my food. It should be done in any minute now on my end because I'm cooking it. About 3 more minutes on my end.
Hello, I finally returned. Ha ha.
Ah, hello?
I was so
Okay.
hungry. I was just like, shoop. I was so hungry. It went by so fast. But hello.
Hello.
Apologies if that little break took a little longer than just a little break.
Maybe a little.
But hey, is everyone all good to go? Is everybody?
Yeah.
I'm still slightly eating, but I just have like 1 or 2
Okay.
corn dogs left.
Oh, that's fine.
Oh,
If you want to
I'm
vibe
good
for a
with.
little longer, we can do that.
No,
But if
I'm
not,
good.
then you sure?
I'm literally, I'm literally on my last corn dog.
Vanier is eating corn dogs in the house.
No one can stop me.
Look, Vanier got hungry during all this running around nonsense. She needed sustenance.
Fight me.
That was an
She's ready to
amazing
fight
line
ghosts.
to unpause my recording to, Oogie. I paused
That
my
is
record.
perfect.
I was just like, All I
See,
got
now I
out of
need to
that
draw Vanier
conversation was
holding corn
fight
dogs.
me.
Fight me.
I have to draw that later. I hope you know that.
Do it.
There's Vanier holding corn dogs in each hand, and she has like the fight me stance. It's like, let's fucking go. But yee, if we are all set to go, we
I'm
may
good.
continue. So where we left off, I had to rush through Messo's memory like a doofus because I was being ushered for food and sustenance, but that's okay.
It's
Because
okay. He's like 5.
I can. Well, you know, he is 5. He doesn't have as much of a past as the other two do, but he does still have a memory that he looks back at fondly. You know, sort of like one of his first few times, probably, of feeling like that adrenaline when you get to go out and do stuff.
Nobody
That
can
that
stop
that
him.
that happy high that you get from doing it, and he knows that he's gonna be okay because he's kind of figured it out. I don't know if you think that he would like take time to practice in order to jump off a cliff so effortlessly like that, but
No, not at all.
Oh boy.
so this little 5-year-old just went, I believe I can fly, and then he just floated down. No problem.
Yep.
Messo,
Never said he made good decisions.
Messo, I gently hold you, buddy, pal.
Do a slight wiggle.
But where we left off, though, you guys are going around the place figuring stuff out, and well, you found a mirror. This mirror seems to be pretty handy in regards of looking at your past and seeing how you guys are doing. It's not only brought some light to some questions, but also brought some questions with it. Aside from that, there's not much else in the foyer at the moment.
Do a wiggle.
Shall we continue?
Messo picks the potted plant back up from where he placed it on the table after handing Qherial the mirror.
Qherial, I guess that's the mirror back on the table.
Do you?
I mean, do you want to bring it with us?
I say let's bring it with us.
Okay. Qherial puts it in her hammer space then.
Okay, then. Well, you guys are definitely standing in a hallway, that's for certain. There's still other doors. Stairs to go
Being-
upstairs.
Vanier goes to a door and opens it.
Okay, let's take a little look-see. What's behind that door?
It's another door.
You open the door and okay, that's a different angle. Okay, that's kind of different entrance. That's for sure. You haven't seen this before. It kind of looks like you're looking up at a ceiling.
Vanier pokes her head through.
You poke your head through, and it looks like okay. This kind of looks like the entrance for the attic. Ollie hasn't seen you up here before.
Okay, I think
But
we
there's a
finally
lot
made
of
it to.
boxes, a lot of chests, all different kinds of furniture left up here.
Vanier would probably
Sure.
recognize this being an attic. Would she?
Yeah. Well, she hasn't been in the attic, but
Actually,
she
no,
has helped, so she probably has seen a glimpse of it before.
I thought she has been into the attic before. If I
Let me rack
thought
my brain for a sec.
it might be it might be one of our like side talks of shenanigan wise of like Ollie
yeah,
and Vanier
probably.
interaction.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
In that case, yeah, you vaguely understand. Like, yeah, this is the attic, absolutely.
Okay.
It's got that musty attic-y smell. You know.
We made it to the attic finally. Vanier
But yeah,
kind
as you glance. Go ahead.
no, you go first.
I don't mind hearing what you're thinking on your mind.
Vanier is gonna try figuring out a good way of like stepping through the doorway and ending up on the floor.
Okay.
Because we're on the like the doorway entrance is on the floor to the attic.
Oh yeah, it's a little. It's like viewing a portal, like from Portal, like the game Portal, and it's an entirely different like direction. You're just like, whoa.
Wow. You walk through the door and suddenly gravity.
Yep, basically. So Vanny's kind of sitting here trying to figure out how to do it without fucking
crashing in.
yeah.
So how is Qherial and Messo going about this?
Qherial will just go through the door.
You stare at this door for a second, and you just immediately walk in, and you can feel like the gravity shifting amongst you as you poke your head through and begin pulling yourself through. You have your each winged arm on each side of the door frame, and you push yourself up out of it. It's a little weird to look at. I'm not gonna lie.
Fanny's gonna do a
On
similar
one hand,
thing.
it looks like you're adapting to the gravity that is in the attic, and not at all the door you just in.
Vanny's gonna do something similar, but she's gonna just do one side, so she kind of huffs her kind of gets her hand on the side of the doorway and kind of move forward as if she's kind of pulling herself over the side.
Okay. Yeah, you do that. And you just make it in.
Yep, and
thankfully both of you have been quiet so far.
Yeah, Vanier's been trying to be quiet. Vanier does lower down an arm for Messo.
God, Messo's so small.
Oh.
He could be
Well,
fucking
good thing
cradled in
Vanier's
his
got
arms.
big hands.
Yeah.
That's adorable.
Yeah. Messo is just going to like these are big hands. Vanier, Messo's instinct is to get on hand.
That's what she's planning on. That's what she's planning on.
You now have a child standing on your hand.
She kind of lifts. She kind of lifts up and then kind kind of hoops it so they don't fall off as they bring them into the room.
Yeah, Messo will quietly get down off of the hand.
Okay, cool. You guys have finally made it to the attic after all this time. Opening and closing doors and acquiring a lot of stuff
Finally.
over the time here.
Vani's gonna do a perception check on
Alright.
looking around the room.
Mhm.
14.
Dang!
Hey.
30-20 for Qherial.
I can see. Messo boy lad.
Moist Got a 12. Okay, so going from bottom to top, I'm gonna say, Messo, you look around and you probably can't see too much because there's some boxes and things in the way, not gonna lie. Obviously, there's a way to walk around them, but from this point where you're standing, it's a little tricky to see what's going on. But to the other two that are a little bit taller than you manage to kind of like on your tippy toes, you kind of peek around the boxes and everything, and well, you realize just how big this attic actually is. It kind of takes up like the whole floor space of the house that you've been kind of running around in. It's got that decent space. The roof's kind of slanted because that's kind of how roofs are, so that makes it feel a little bit more small. But there's a lot of furniture and a lot of stuff up here. Some stuff that looks really probably for the best put up here. Cursed, who knows what. There's other normal items as well. There's a couple chests that are labeled different things, such as photo albums and what have you. Old clothes, perhaps, or found items. But as you kind of look through the boxes a little bit more, you can see a bit of a blue glow. And you can hear someone. You can hear someone talking.
Ooh.
Don't give me that look, honey. You did say till death do us part, right? Those kids can't find their way up here. It's just you and me now. Isn't that what you wanted all this time?
Great. She went yandere. Okay.
Bruh.
Why
As
is
you
my
guys
Messo
are
instinct
taking a
just like go
peek-
teleport behind?
Oh my God. Well, before you do that, I'm gonna say that you guys likely take a little bit more of a peek around, hearing that,
Yeah.
and you're kind of
Yeah.
watching this unfold a little bit. You can see that there is indeed a ghost lady here. She's got a very old looking wedding dress on, and she's got a very blue glow. She looks a little bit older than the pictures that you recall, but it is indeed her. That's Leota. Yep. And she's sure is holding on to Ollie by the scruff of his collar. Ollie doesn't seem to be taking well. He's kind of doing this angry huff back at her, as if he wanted to talk, but he can't, for obvious reasons.
Upsetting.
He keeps trying to huff, but nothing comes out.
Qherial makes a shush motion at the others. Mostly Messo.
How does Messo react to that?
Messo does a puffy face and like holds up the succulent. Like,
Don't talk to me or my son.
no, more of a like, well, I was going to go give this to her. You know?
Oh.
It
Is it bad that
was.
I kind of... I also keep thinking that there'd be like a bit where, similar to like Greg from Over the Garden Wall, he just begins shushing back.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
I mean, he can. Do
Up
you
to
want
you.
him to?
Well, no.
I just thought that at the back of my head and I had to say. So it's really up to you.
Messo squints at you, which is a feat because his eyes are closed, and like puts a finger to his left eye.
Two
Sort of like
clowns.
a, no, you shush. I'm doing what I want. I'm 5.
God.
And yes, the excuse is that he's 5.
Yes, he's 5.
It's 5.
He's 5.
How's Vanier dealing with these two?
Just a straight up, like, I'm gonna ignore this and focus on the threat at hand type of deal.
Oh my god. Vanier's like, I am not here to take any bullshit here. I'm gonna get my grandpa back.
My mind is like currently churning. Like maybe we could fucking try talking. Maybe we could try.
I mean, hey, it's up to you. You guys get to decide what you want to do with this whole thing.
Because
right now you're just kind of hiding a bunch of boxes and hearing this lady go off about how she is so excited to be finally alone with this guy, and probably not in a good kind of way.
She's just straight up yandere at this point.
God.
I'm sorry, she is.
It's okay, but also Messo is still giving me go up, offer plant. If asked like how the fuck he got up here, quick answer, children always find a way into places they shouldn't. Anyway.
Well, it's up to you. You decide what you want to do.
Are our characters gonna discuss anything?
It's
up to
kind of
you.
hard to. Vanier's just
I mean,
keeping
you can
quiet.
pretend to whisper.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
We can cartoonishly whisper. It's okay. Toon logic. We're letting this happen.
Should we roll stealth?
I mean, only if you really want to, but otherwise you guys can just have a toony discussion that is like half whispering. And they absolutely cannot hear you because Toon logic.
Toon logic.
Toon logic.
Stage whisper, as it says in the chat. Yes.
So, what's the game plan here?
Do we want to try talking to her first?
I guess.
I did bring her this plant.
We also have the chair.
I
And
don't
a
really
mirror.
have any ideas. Oh, the mirror.
God. I mean, we could try that first. And then go from there?
Try what first?
I don't know. Talking?
Okay.
I don't think she's gonna be too fond of me. I did uppercut her.
Well, I mean, she was being rude.
So how about we offer her the plant, and then, if that doesn't work, we try the mirror, and if that doesn't work, we just, hit her a bunch?
We have a chair. We have the chair. Remember, we brought the fucking cushion chair that helps mellow out mood. So.
For those at home, Whis in the chat says hit her with the chair.
I mean, that was also something I was saying about.
Just fucking become a wrestler and just smack her with the chair.
I don't want to hit her with the chair, but I do want to shove her into the chair. Just push her into the chair. Make her sit.
Alright.
Where do they get those chairs?
Again, it's up to you guys what your course of action is.
Messo, do you have the box? I believe you're the one who put the have. the chair.
Yeah.
Here, I'll hold on to the plant.
Messo hands over the plant. Pulls out the little box. Maybe don't unravel it yet. We can do that in a bit.
Yeah, we can probably. So when the time comes, maybe we could press the button and then toss it behind her.
I think you're severely overestimating my aim.
Want me to do it then?
Sure.
Trade off the plant with the with the box.
Alright, I'm gonna roll to pull out the mirror. Or do we all want to talk to her? Or do we want to keep some of us hidden?
I mean,
Hands
I
are
want to
going to
try.
hide. You can try. My hands will be hiding the box because of how big my hands are. So I
Yeah.
can usually just click and toss it behind her. So we try giving her a plant. We try talking to her, and maybe in the mirror. If not, then the chair, and then. Okay. So game plan. If none of that works, we're just gonna see if we can beat the crap out of her without harming Ollie, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Seeing how this is a ghost and she has possessed objects, there might be a chance of her taking over someone's body. So
Ew. That's not good.
yeah. I'm guessing we would not know about the scarf's properties just yet, even though you have in character wise. Other characters, we do know this about the scarf that Vanier has on her shoulders. Correct?
As I did not mention in audio, but I will now. Over time, likely while you guys are kind of venturing on, you kind of got the idea that this scarf is in fact handy and could definitely be used to help you guys out in a magical form.
It's a surprise tool
Likely
that'll
one of
help
you
us
managed
later.
to roll decently to figure out that this scarf does indeed dispel good and evil from it.
Who?
Of course, you can't really use it too often, but
Who rolled high enough to figure that out?
hey, we can add one because again, I kind of just gave it to you.
Yeah.
Do we want to
Probably
roll for that now?
Let's roll for that now.
If you want to
Arcana?
roll, yeah, okay. Whoever gets the highest
Arcana.
roll.
13.
Yeah, that's what I thought, buddy boy.
Yeah.
How the fuck?
Like,
Yeah.
Messo of all people is the first person to recognize this about the scarf.
Yeah, he probably was just like, oh, that's used to get like rid of bad shit, and yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Very good. A more in-depth explanation than that, but that's basically the gist of it.
No, that'd be really fun.
God.
Vanier just stops and looks at the scarf she's been wearing the whole time. You mean this?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Did they do this in the attic?
I'm assuming they did this
I'm not
earlier.
stopping you. I'm not stopping you either way. If it helps any, it could be a very cartoonish like jump cut back to the earlier time. You're in a different room, and Messo, like you guys are just exploring, and Messo is just staring at you, Vanier, and goes, "Oh wait, I know that scarf," and goes to explain.
okay, so
And then it jumps cuts back to where we are now.
oh, wait, we can just use the scarf if someone gets possessed.
Yeah.
Okay, no, that.
Okay.
If anyone of us gets like taken over, just toss the scarf onto them. Okay.
It's like a fire blanket. Just toss it on.
Yeah, no, seriously.
Yep.
It's a touch. It's a self item, so it's gonna be an item that it only works on the wearer. So.
Yeah. do wiggle.
Okay, so
Yeah, if
game
you
plan.
guys want to play out what you want to do, go ahead.
So game plan set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Oh boy. Now we actually have to do this though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Moment of
Wonderful.
truth.
Messo is going to stand up. Like stand up properly. And like look at the others. They're behind a set of boxes, and he's just going to
Qherial gives a thumbs up.
Messo gives a smile. Oh boy, me magic am nervous. My boy is not. I am.
It's okay. He's 5.
He's 5. Oh boy.
You got this.
And he steps out behind the boxes, and there's a slight raised voice of Miss Leona.
Hello.
Hi. Leona, there's a fucking 5-year-old here. Holding
There's
one
a
of your
5-year-old in your attic.
There is the cool, piercing gaze of a ghost now looking straight at you.
Hi, I'm Mesosphere. It's nice to meet you. I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier, though I brought one of your plants. And he holds out a plant in your direction.
Oh.
Raised eyebrow expression.
My, Ollie dear. Your little collection seems to have made its way up here after all.
I mean,
Ollie's not having it.
God.
He's trying to kick himself out of this, but it's not working.
I mean, you were being a bit rude, but we could sit down and talk about it. Like big kids.
Oh, poor little dear. I don't think you'd really understand.
Well, why not?
Well, this is a grown-up thing, my dear. Why don't you come over here?
And she starts doing that beckoning finger.
Are you going to be rude if I come over there?
No need for any of that. Come on. Be a good little one.
Vanier at this point does step out
Good
from the
little
corner and show herself.
Oh, you brought friends with you? Ollie dear, you really must fix the lock on the attic door.
I mean, it wasn't really the attic door. We came through the foyer.
We've been all over the house, truthfully.
I'm so sorry, Whis.
Disgusting. And then just Messo just being like, no, that wasn't the actual door. Let me explain this to you. In like that little kid way. Have you ever had a dream that you could you could do so much, you could do anything?
Qherial also pops up in a sort of I am also here way. And she put the mirror back in her bag, but like in the bag part, not the hammer space part.
Mm-hmm.
She looks distinctly annoyed.
My, it's gotten quite crowded up here. Why don't you
I'm the
all...
person who chose the location, technically.
Why don't you all run
Yeah, we
along?
could.
The grown-ups are
We could-
talking.
Are you?
Are you?
Well, only insofar as we can. Isn't that right, my love?
Ollie is staring Leota down intensely. He is not having this. You can tell that he's trying really hard to get out of this grip.
Oh dear, don't look at me like that. It's your own doing after all. But if it's a problem, we could always just take the problem away. This little necklace. We could take it off, couldn't we?
I'm just gonna reach for the pocket watch.
Yeah, he's struggling.
Okay. Vanier has this. Oh god, Vanier's screaming out to run out and stop this. Oh god. What did Meso do?
Huh?
Oh,
Meso didn't do
no,
anything.
never mind. Okay, sorry. I just saw someone type, so I
Oh, I was
mistake.
typing and then I stopped.
Okay.
Well, if nobody
What?
does something,
Um,
though, that's,
May I ask, what did Ollie do by any chance?
What did he do? I mean,
Yeah.
he only got in my way. Didn't you, dear? That luck of yours. Yet again.
Vanier kind of just walks up calmly and it's like, so he stopped you from what exactly? I'm trying to get a whole picture about this. Clearly there's some sort of issues going on. I want to see if I can help out in some way.
Issues. Issues. It's more than a simple issue.
Then what?
Then he was supposed to be the one under that chandelier. He was supposed to die. And all of this was going to be mine. But yet again, you just have a knack for keeping out of trouble, don't you, Oliver dear? I'm not going to let you have the last laugh. No, not this time.
That doesn't
Okay.
sound like a happy marriage.
But Vanier kind of just. Oh, I hate Vanier for this, but she's gonna just rush forward. Fuck it. At this point, she does not have the mental thing of. This is a no conversation go bargain. This is clear state of this person had the ill intent to murder at that point from her wording. And Vanier is not having it. So Vanier's gonna rush forward.
God.
I think in that case, I think we're gonna have to roll for initiative.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Sorry, guys.
That's fine.
Just to kind of flavor it up ever so slightly as you guys do your rolls. Leota, she actually just kind of tosses Ollie across the room and he flings it into a couple of boxes.
Yikes.
It is go time.
15.
Oh, not 20. God damn it.
Oh, fuck.
Every.
Also, Whis playing as Leota, you're welcome to roll as well.
Why do I always go first?
Okay, so let's figure out the order here.
So
I'll type it down.
Qherial, Meso, Vanier, and Leota.
There we go, and I will pin it into the chat so then you can actually see that any given time.
Okay.
Let's go.
Alright. So Qherial, she kind of gets closer and goes, "Are you sure you don't want to do some self-reflection?" And pulls out the mirror and holds it up, like right in front of her.
Aw, just.
So that she has to look in it.
Yep.
This is an attempt at a thing.
I guess I do a whiz save? Question mark?
Yeah, we'll do a whiz save here. Yes.
God.
I'm busy playing games now.
Oh.
Yeah!
Oh my god!
Oh my goodness.
Well, okay.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to describe all this now, huh? Well, this is lore unfolding, isn't it? And
Good
we
combat, you
barely
guys.
started initiative. Blech. I cannot believe this. I mean, it was my own fault here. I'm the DM to blame, but
You gave us the tools. You
I
gave
went
us these
first.
tools.
it thematically works. So, so
This is so
Leona
funny.
just kind of pauses about before maybe lunging forward against you guys, and gets a good look into that mirror, and you see a much younger and alive Leota. All these times that you've been hearing these little tape recordings and things along the way, Leota's had a different perspective on them. She had a previous husband. Where did he go? Well, she took care of that, to put it lightly. And of course, she wanted to do the same to Ollie. So she kept up this act. Every time that she got to talk with him alone, she would do everything she could to be as charming and graceful and anything that he desired. Even if it wasn't something she liked, be it animals or being out in the middle of nowhere by the looks of it. Anything about that. She wasn't really all for it, but she was willing to take it all in just so she could get the place to herself and maybe sell it off. That was her plan all along. Every single memory that kind of pops up through this mirror, it shows her true intentions. Her goal was to be rid of Ollie during their anniversary night. She wanted to be in the dress, to really go all out, and wanted to get him. But unfortunately, she was the one who ended up kicking the bucket, because Ollie does have a tendency to have curses upon curses upon curses on his person at all times. Every curse he does always results differently. And sometimes they cancel out each other. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's just pure dumb luck, and he doesn't know how he got it. He never knows how lucky he was. And he's been oblivious to this. Of course, obviously now he sees the true intentions and the true Leota that he's been standing with the whole time, but, ghost form and all, but this mirror definitely reflects all of that.
Wow. I don't know what to do about this.
Paralyzed.
There's definitely a quiet moment.
the hope was that it would show her younger days and she would maybe get a little bit nicer, but that's clearly not what happened.
Yeah, no, that definitely backfired in a sense of things. Of showing her true intention, which actually pissed off Vanier a lot more. Vanier's not a happy camper at all. She is straight up angry.
I don't know what to do, man.
Girl, help! Why is Messo giving me psychological bullshit?
What's Messo gonna do?
I
Share with the class.
Share with class.
I'm afraid.
Do it.
Messo, my boy, why do you keep giving me these things? Okay, let me take a second to see if I can fucking word this.
Okay, so Qherial puts the mirror in her bag and pulls out a knife instead. And I don't think she can make an attack anymore because the mirror thing was kind of a action. But yeah.
Yeah, I'd argue to say that, yeah. But at least you're prepped for it. Mm.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
so
how is
Messo.
Leota feeling exactly?
She's doesn't seem particularly pleased by these memories from her perspective. If anything, she looks more annoyed than when you guys walked into the room.
Whoops.
God. I have a question. Do you feel proud of yourself that your life has done nothing?
Ouch!
Messo's asking the real big questions here.
Are you happy that you've died with nothing?
Are you proud of yourself?
Oh shit! That
Incredible.
Oh, I'm gonna do another whiz save.
Yeah, that deserves a whiz save there.
Okay, that's 13.
Should I roll something against that?
I mean, yeah, you can just have your turn, I think. It's like, wow.
I'm gonna say either way, you can do what you want here.
God, I want to
You
roll.
wanna do a save? Okay.
No,
Murder.
I want to roll like either persuasion or intimidation against that.
Okay.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Both of them are the
See
same
how
modifier.
Messo is. Messo
Come
is a
on,
little
son.
man of big words.
Damn it!
No.
You just barely. You
What?
barely.
No.
God.
Oh, that was been so like really good if it actually fucking hit. Like holy shit.
Yeah, that didn't pass. Nope.
Oof.
She's
Okay.
unhappy, though. Dang.
Clearly.
Definitely unhappy. I mean, if you were told that, you would feel that too, wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So it's Vanier's turn?
Yeah.
Messo didn't actually go though.
Oh, that's
Oh.
right. Okay.
Okay, never mind. Continue.
Okay. I'm deciding what to do. Give me a minute. I'm going to cast Tusk's Mind Whip.
Oh.
Can you make me an intelligence saving throw?
I can, in fact, do that. Oh.
Damn.
Wow. Yeah, that's not funny.
Oh.
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Man.
You're going to only take half this damage then. Fortunately, and none of the other effects proc. Sad. That's still like 8 damage. Holy shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, man.
Messo sticks his tongue out at you. You've had a child taunt you. Congratulations. Yeah.
Okay.
That's the end of my turn.
Now it's Vanier.
So, I gotta recall, in the sense of, like, how this is played out for, monks, because it's been a while. In the sense of just attacking. On where, she's gonna go for a punch, really, again, or normalcy.
Yes,
Is it-
punch the ghost.
I'm trying to figure out
Yes, I
my.
can go.
Is it +3 in the sense of like my d20 plus whatever? I'm God, I'm not too sure. 'Cause it's been a while. Hold on, let me fucking go
Yeah,
back
I
in the
get
roll
you.
phone and take a look on like how I was doing the combat.
It should be to hit. It should be your dex plus your proficiency. That would be your modifier.
Since
What level are you?
Plus.
Okay, proficiency bonus.
Your proficiency bonus plus your dex would be your modifier.
My dex is. Oh yeah, it's just 3 because my dex is 1.
Huh.
Yeah.
And my proficiency bonus is 2. So.
I mean, I am rooting this over. You can technically use strength also.
God. Okay, that's a fail.
You can
punch through the ghost. Nothing happens.
So
you
that's
can also.
the first.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I believe I can strike the second time because I'm a monk.
Yeah, as a bonus action.
Oh yeah.
That'll hit.
Oh, that's more like it.
That'll hit.
That was a 22. So yeah. I guess rolling against that is probably not going to contest much, because...
Okay, so it's 1d4 plus 3. 4 points of damage for that.
Is that bludgeoning damage?
She's doing a martial art unarmed strike, basically. So she's using her hands. So it doesn't actually.
Probably bludgeoning then.
Yeah, I think that would be bludgeoning.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. I don't know if anyone's actually tried to punch a ghost before, but it doesn't work super well. She actually takes only half of that.
The last time the last session we did, in the sense of combat-wise, it got through, in the sense of things.
I know.
But again, that was also technically a different version of it compared to this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that makes it her turn.
Yeah, and Vanier's the closest one.
Mm-hmm. While you did punch her, you're not the person that she's the most pissed off at right now.
Cool.
So she is going to... She's currently facing Messo, and he's going to descend on the lad.
Why?
The sun doesn't.
because he roasted her real bad, that's why. Can I get a charisma saving throw, please?
You may.
Oh,
God damn it, Messo!
Oh dear.
Messo, my boy.
So Leota gives out a fairly peeved sounding screech and dives at the 5-year-old and then disappears inside him. And, you've been possessed.
If I've had a nickel for every time a character of mine has been possessed, I'd have 2 nickels.
Which isn't a lot, but it's strange that it's happened twice.
If both of them had proficiency in charisma saving throws, that is
Okay.
also strange.
Wonderful.
Anyway, I continue to do the mockery.
We
Continue.
now have a tiny feral child on the loose. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
He is
no.
5 and gonna wreak havoc.
Whis, do you need like a character sheet or anything, or?
No, I'll just get you to roll any physical stats.
Okay. That'll be great.
Oh
Wait, I could send you a fucking teaser. Hold on. Just so you know what you've gotten into.
What flaws?
So you-
He's 5.
Flaws. He's 5.
I think we all know that his flaw is that he's 5. I'm not sure how that's gonna affect Leota, but I guess Leota's gonna feel a lot younger, which could be better or for worse.
But yeah, that's the end of her turn.
Oh, what do I do about this?
Well, your friend just got hacking possessed.
Yeah,
And Vanier has the scarf. So.
yeah.
Got a turn until then.
So Qherial decides, you know what, Vanier can handle this because Vanier has the scarf. And so Qherial turns to Vanier and goes, "Can you hand me the box?"
Sure, Vanier lightly tosses the box over to Qherial.
Alright. Can she just catch it, or should I roll something to catch it? Or-
I'm gonna say yeah. Maybe like sleight of hand or dexterity, whichever one that you think is more preferred.
Mm-hmm. 8, cool.
Oh boy.
Okay, so the box falls out of your hands. But that.
Yeah, it just kind of topples onto the ground.
Okay, so she bends down to pick it up and clambers over to where Ollie is.
During all this, by the way, Ollie has been just sitting in some boxes at this point. But he's slowly trying to get up. He's not doing great.
Yeah, I don't
being
know if
dragged by a ghost is probably not the best thing to happen.
I don't know if
He's been through
there's
worse, but
enough time in my turn to do anything else. Is there?
I mean, you did use the time to move, grab what you need, and go over the Ollie. And if we're
Yeah,
thinking this in seconds, that might be close to about it, I think.
yeah, I feel like it would be difficult terrain, but it's also not very big, not a very big space
Like
anyway.
it's not very far, but it's definitely got like boxes and stuff in the way, boxes and stuff toppled over because Ollie got literally going through them, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so I guess next time she'll start doing more things.
Alrighty.
She's over there now, though.
So Qherial is now with Ollie. I'm assuming helping him get up at least.
Yeah.
And I believe we go on to our next person, which I think
It's
is...
Messo.
Yep.
Hi, I'm possessed.
Cool.
I possessed them, Dad.
Hey, Whis, what we doing?
Oh God.
This doesn't say whether we're about stuff about initiative order, so I'll let Ike make the call. Do I get to control Messo's turn?
I mean, you are possessing a child, so we're probably gonna knock out Leota's thing from the list for now until something else happens.
All right, that makes
Which is
sense.
which might happen when Vanier gets her turn.
Okay. All right. Great. Fantastic.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Excited for
okay.
this role. Oh my god.
So, what Messo / Leota is going to do is run at Vanier and try and belt her with the potted plant.
Oh my god.
Okay, what am I doing for a save?
No, we're gonna roll it. We're gonna roll actually, no, we're not gonna roll anything because that's a. No, we are gonna roll. We're gonna roll strength against your armor class. Against your armor class.
Okay.
God damn it!
Oh, okay.
That was a
hit.
19.
How much damage do we do with a flower pot?
Well, considering it's like a ceramic kind of thing, I want to guess maybe do like 1d4 of damage.
Okay.
Bonks you.
Look, it's a ceramic. It's gonna hurt.
Okay. I can't believe this
Oh my god, the dice just went, haha, let's make it brutal.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's quite damage.
You just got this child run at you and just go bonk with a potted plant. That'll bruise, except you got wooden legs, don't you?
Yeah.
Clunk.
Yeah, clunk.
Oh my goodness.
Oof.
I think that's it.
Oh boy. I believe that is the end of the turn, and now it's on Vanier, I believe.
And since the child is directly next to Vanier, Vanier's gonna whip that scarf off of her and wrap it around Messo.
Oh, okay.
Do I need to do a roll?
I'm assuming that in that case we're basically just casting the spell that this item has, which is Dispel Good and Evil, which you can find in the pinned message. I did place that there. So let's see here. How does this work again? I am a professional DM. I know what I'm doing.
The creature you touch is no longer, so they don't actually. There's no rolls.
Oh, it's just automatic then.
Yeah.
You just can do it.
Yeah. Break enchantment. As your reaction, you touch a creature you can reach that is charmed, frightened, or possessed by a celestial, an elemental, a fae, a fiend, or an undead. The creature you touch is no longer charmed, frightened, or possessed by such creatures.
Okay, great. Which means that she kind of shoops with this nice smear frame. I'm picturing the shoop kind of out of Messo, sort of behind him. So now
is this a once per day? Is this a once per day thing?
I believe it said once per long rest, I believe.
Well.
So that's a thing.
That's a thing.
So Vanier does have a bonus action, so in response, 1d10, she is gonna be she's pulling out a sickle.
Okay.
Which is a monk item, a monk weapon. So
nice.
Actually, I believe. Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, she just pulls out a sickle on her hand, and I think that's about it because she did her main action, which was tying the scarf around Messo, basically, from my guesses. Is that right, Ike?
I believe, yeah.
So it's the ghost turn.
Yeah.
She does not look particularly pleased.
I'm like, oh shoot, my fun is ruined.
And she's going to offer a very peeved,
This is why I hate children.
and she's going to kind of step through Meso in order to attack Vanier. So I'm going to roll an attack. Do that hit?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
hits.
Oh boy.
Okie dokie. You take 10 points of necrotic damage.
Whoa.
Holy shit. She's down to 14.
Oh my god.
And that's her turn.
Well, so Qherial helps Ollie up and gets Maurice in chair form again. I guess.
Don't sound very confident about that. But any which way,
Yeah.
you do hesitantly press the box open, and it unfolds, and there he is.
Oh,
There
hello.
he is.
All right, who needs a good sip right now? Oh my gosh, what is going on here?
A lot of things. And she helps Ollie and sit in the chair.
Ollie, there you are. Come on, man, you seem like you need a good sit. Come and have a good sit.
Ollie just kind of you know when somebody that they know they need to sit down and relax, but they don't want to admit it. Ollie does exactly that kind of expression. He's like, no, not now. Waves his hand like, no, I'm good. I'm good, totally.
Ollie, you need to sit.
He is trying to resist as much as he can, but he does try. He does partially look like he's giving in.
Uh, can I roll persuasion?
If you want to. I do not have Ollie's sheet up right now, but because DM reasons, and I can, I'm gonna say yeah, that passes. Yeah, he just kind of nods, somewhat defeated, yeah, okay, and he goes to sit down.
Yeah, we'll take care of your she goes.
Good talking, good talking, Qherial. Good job.
Yeah, yeah. She says that.
Have at 'em, kid. You got this.
And I guess she clambers back over to the action.
Okay. I'm gonna assume that is the end of your turn, unless you got any little bonus actions or something to do.
Nah. No.
Which means we return to Messo, I believe.
Hi. Okay. Alright. I'm going to try to use my last second level spell slot, to cash, and then
To cash in a spell?
cash in a spell.
Hey.
To cast Mind Whip again. So can I have another intelligence saving throw, please?
Sure.
Let's go.
Grand.
my
Okay, let me
God.
send you this spell. Because it does stuff.
Oh, goody.
It does a
I love
lot of
stuff.
Oh
stuff.
boy.
Give me a second. 'Cause I need my computer to take a screenshot. Computer, it'd be helpful if you took it within this century. So basically, because you failed, you're going to take a full 3d6 psychic damage, and you can't use a reaction until the end of your next turn. Also, on your next turn, you get a move, an action, or a bonus action. Only one.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You can't do
Wonderful.
anything else. So if that means Vanier wants to back off for a turn, then literally Leona can't do anything but move. Wants to get closer. Also
Okay.
can't take a reaction, so you could punch Leona and then just walk away.
Oh my god.
Splendid. Okay, roll them dice.
Roll them dice. That's a 7. Not
Okay.
great.
Wonderful.
And Messo is going to take his bonus action to freely fly like 10 feet back, because he can just do that.
Okay.
There's a backflip onto a box.
Wow.
Yeah. That's my boy.
Attaboy. Brilliant.
I believe now it is Vanier's turn.
Vanier's turn.
So this is gonna be interesting. Cause Vanier at first, she is gonna be slicing down at Miss Laura with her sickle. Which is a 13.
That
Does
hits.
hit?
Yes, it does.
3. That's a 5. She's so question. She does have a thing called key.
Mhm.
And can I do a bonus action of another hit and then use one of my key points to jump back? How does that work?
There's certain actions you can take with key points. For example,
one of my key points is Step Up the Wind, which is you spend 1 key point to take a disengage or dash action, and jump distance is doubled for the turn. Okay. Never mind then.
I will say, for like taking the disengage action, that wouldn't be necessary in this case, because to like do an opportunity attack, you need to use your reaction, and currently Leona can't because of the spell. So you could freely move back without.
Yeah. Also, I will say, since like we are reaching the end of the game.
Okay.
Absolutely, you should be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you wanted to use a key point, you could use Flurry of Blows, which makes you do 2 unarmed strike instead of 1.
Oh yeah, no, fuck it. Flurry of Blows.
Punch.
Would you punch a ghost? Heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah, heck yeah.
So, wait, so I can use, okay, so she's gonna, use, the Flurry of Blows, which is 1, which I'm guessing does not hit.
It does.
It does?
Oh my god.
What is her armor class?
Man.
10. Meets it, beats
Meets
it.
it, beats it. Meets it, beats it. I feel like Vanier's doing like the JoJo kind of pose, or the
I fucked up
like
on that.
punching.
I fucked up. I fucked up on that dice roll, so let me redo.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't roll a d2.
Yeah. So that's a 6. And then
There we go.
which is 3. And then it hits again.
Oh my god.
Nice. Very nice.
Oh. And then 5. So how since they're unarmed strikes, that means 1 hits for 3, and then I don't know about the second one though, because it's an odd number.
I don't remember if you round up or down.
Round down, it would be 2.
It'd be 2. So she would end up doing 5 points of damage.
Total? Or
Well, not total, because she also sickled you with.
yeah, just from
5.
the 2 unarmed strikes, I mean.
Yeah, the 2 unarmed strikes is 5, so she hit you for like 10 points basically.
Yeah. And then you could move slightly out of like hitting range, so
Yeah,
Leota
she'll
has
still
to
do
just
that.
take this move action.
She'll do that. She'll do that.
That's the end of your turn?
And yeah, that's the end of my turn. She moved back. Oh, out of range.
Nice. Which I believe now it says Leota's turn.
Okie dokie. She can attack something or move, and nothing's nearby, so she's going to move towards Vanier. And that's it.
Yeah!
Wow. Cool turn.
She just seems like really upset, really pissed off that she got punched, so she's just like, I'm gonna move forward.
I mess with the action economy!
Not just punch. She got fucking sliced and punched twice.
Cool. All of Qherial's damaging spells are area of effect things. This sucks.
I will do soft.
She specializes in ranged.
I mean, I will say, if Qherial has any creative ways to go about trying to defeat Leota, that would also be considered. It could be trying to buy time by moving away, or who knows? I mean, the attic is spacious enough to have a fight in.
Throw boxes. Throw boxes.
There are boxes, there's things in the way. So it does give you a little bit of time.
Throw your knife.
That too.
Oh wait, this is... Dang. No, that would be bad. Okay, so I wanna cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on her. I don't have a good joke though. So now I'm just sitting here trying to think of...
You can think of a ghost pun. Cough, cough, hint, hint.
I don't know, the Qherial in my head is just saying, you suck. And that's...
Hey, Qherial,
that's
shut
not
up.
a pun. No,
think of some ghost puns, even if it's begrudgingly going through Qherial. I mean, at this point, anything is gonna have to try to work in regards of it. I mean, a joke doesn't necessarily have to be good when you're casting Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
I mean, let's just put down you don't have a ghost of a chance.
I was gonna say, hey, what's a ghost's favorite snack? Boob berries. Ribs!
Aren't we having a wailing old time?
Spare it!
Yeah, whichever you think would be fun?
Wait. I think I got one. I need to look up Yoda again. I mean, not look up. I got rid of the tab and I need to bring it back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so Qherial says, looks like you don't have a leg to stand on. And continues laughter that way. Make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Alright, we can do that. Nope.
Nice. Fall prone.
She is immune to falling prone,
Oh, that sucks.
but she's definitely laughing her head off.
Cool. Yeah, so that's very funny.
Well, at least you're distracting her.
What was the joke?
As it said, looks like you don't have a leg to stand on, and she does not have legs.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I probably should have thought that through a little bit better. That's okay though.
It works.
I mean, hey, imagine this is all happening within a couple seconds, so... If you were fighting a ghost and had to use a joke in order to defeat them, yeah, you don't have much time to think, do you?
Yeah. I guess that's it.
Which means it's Messo.
Oh, doesn't she suffer from a attack damage from?
No.
It's like, ideally, if it was like a living being that gets the Tasha's hideous laughter, they would fall prone, but because we're fighting a ghost... Yeah.
Yeah, she's just laughing really hard.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna do a zappy zappy with a witch bolt.
Yeah.
Bessa's gotta roll a dice. Yep, I sure know what dice this is. I know this character sheet like the back of my hand. I don't think a 9 hits.
I'm gonna say it does.
Because, yeah. For time's sake, because we are kind of hitting the very end here, we may as well... So yeah, you know what? That does
She's laughing too hard to dodge.
That's 6 lightning damage.
Oh, splendid.
Yeah, you smack her with this damage, and you can tell that she's kind of laughing a little too hard from that joke for a moment, but as she finally comes to her senses, finally gets the hit, and you get one last glare before you see her kind of begin to decorporalize, kind of disintegrate.
Oh, that was it.
Huh.
And it kind of feels like things are beginning to lighten up a little bit.
Hey, check that off my bucket list. Bessa pulls out a long list.
Oh my
Goes
god.
down a couple. Wait, I don't have this. Hold on. Writes it down in his bucket list. Crosses it. Puts it back.
My god, that's so... I love you. During all this, you can tell that Ollie is like, he's finally feeling a little bit better now after having sat down in this chair for a while. He's recovering pretty well, and he kind of just... He manages to stand back up again, and you can tell that he feels calmer and happy now. If anything, a little disappointed regarding the stuff that just happened, but you know.
With the ghost disappearing and such like that, Vanier can't help but just kind of fall to her knees because she's on 14 HP now. Like, half of her hit points got wiped.
He's writing down. Thank you for that. I'm so sorry for all of that. I didn't know I still had her around. I thought, when someone passes away, they are at peace, but I guess this one not so much. I now see a little bit more clearly how things were going, really. Thank you, thank you for that. I think I got a lot of things to think about, but for now, thank you.
Sorry for your marriage.
He sort of takes a moment to think before writing out, because, he wants to choose his words carefully. Because, it is a heavy topic, it is a heavy stuff. And you can tell he's still kind of trying to learn to accept it. Well, it only took me this long to kind of get over her and lack of her, and, well, I guess this kind of helps kind of put that to the end. Things are going to be changing a lot all the time. I mean, look at me. I've changed quite a bit myself. Well, that was something. He continues to write down a little bit. I hope that you don't mind working just a little bit longer. Of course, we will take a little break and maybe have a snack or something downstairs.
Like lunch?
Hopefully, no more vengeful ghosts going after me.
Yeah.
Are you kids all right? By the way, I should have asked that first thing.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Yep.
I think I'm the one that kind of went through most of the attacks there.
Messo got
Yeah.
possessed.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine.
You're okay, son?
Yeah. Messa does like a little jazz hands, like, yeah, he's fine. He was only possessed for like
He's a
what, one
trooper.
round?
He's a real trooper.
He was possessed for like one round. My other character was possessed for almost 24 hours. That's a large difference there.
God. He kind of gives like a relief sigh, and he begins to write again. Oh, thank goodness you. Otherwise, kids are okay. We got a lot to clean up here, and I mean, I do gotta bring some items down from up here anyhow. Well, we'll take a break first. Vanier, you can rest up if you need. I'm sure we can get the treehouse and all that in a bit.
Vanier kind of like slowly gets herself onto the chair and such.
Probably gives like a very tired thumbs up. Like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, let's just do a slight jump cut for the sake of jump cuts and the fun of that. Because why
Yep.
not?
I'm gonna probably
Likely after a lovely montage of you guys taking a break, maybe having like a snack or maybe a quote unquote early dinner with Ollie. Of course, Ollie had to take some time to kind of relax himself, but you guys all seem to be doing okay. You kind of reminiscing about how the day went, aside from the ghost business and what things you found, what things you have discovered, and the memories that you've gotten to learn about. And we jump cut over to the next day, because I assume you guys likely ended up staying over for the night, because Ollie probably went, well, I can't just let you kids be on your own. Especially after all that.
Sleepover!
Sleepover. He's got room. He's got plenty of room.
Uh-huh.
The next day, you guys
the house is unshuffled, right?
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely unshuffled now. You can finally see the layout the way it's meant to be.
Okay, cool.
And as you guys do so, the next day, you guys find yourselves outside the treehouse, and there's some moments where Ollie gets to take you through the treehouse of what's there, and placing down items that you brought before, such as the bone digger from earlier on, which probably took you a bit longer to get out of your hands.
The masks that we've been wearing the whole time.
Oh yeah, you can hear the masks. I don't have Spec here to help voice, but they're definitely chattering up a storm now that things are clear and calm and happy again. They're babbling louder than ever now that they have their own space in this treehouse, mind you, as you hang them up against the wall. And of course, you get to see everything out here. There's a little pad, a landing pad for those that can fly. There is a hangout spot at the very top of the tree. Vanier, there looks like a room that almost feels like it was just made for you. It has so much stuff that just kind of screams out your interest. There's plants and even like another bed that looks comfortable to sit in.
Did you really go out of your way to make me another room? Make me a room in this place? Really?
Ollie kind of like, he does like a cheapish laugh, quiet laugh, of course. Nothing comes out of that mouth of his, but you can tell the expression on his face that that's what he's doing. And he writes down, of course. Ever since you came here, I figured, you know what, with this project of mine, we may as well expand it a little bit more so you got a little bit more wiggle room to do your own thing. Of course, I don't mind you staying in the house if you really want to. Besides, we got lots to discover. You've told me quite a bit.
What I could even recall.
Like, I'm sure you guys have told Ollie about the memories you found and that mirror, all the stuff that happened in this game.
Vanier would definitely have told Ollie about the what they found, what at least she saw through the mirror, the cracked mirror.
And at the end of it, you guys finally place a couple more artifacts out into the treehouse, just kind of like a decorative sort of purpose. Maybe even a couple maps that have yet to be explored up onto the walls, and even some supplies for future adventures, such as hats, jackets, ropes, flashlights, lanterns, you name it.
I said a couple of naps to be explored. Like, everyone take a nap.
Oh, yes. You can put them up onto the wall so then people can see it. But yeah, that about kind of summarizes everything there that happened. While things were a little scary and a little intense, this is still pretty much a beginning to some new fun stuff coming ahead. And as cartoon fashion does, we see the treehouse and we pan up, back up to the sky.
Yay!
Yeah.
We did it!
I put my hands in the air.
You did it! You did it!
We did it!
Saved Grandpa.
We killed
You
a ghost.
saved the grandpa! And you punched the ghost!
Yeah.
And to those listening after the fact, thank you for listening and taking the time to go through this game. This was, and especially to the players and Whis for helping me with DMing this. It's been really fun. And I'm so glad we got to do this.
It's been fun.
But that just also means here's to more adventures and more things to discover for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So on the recording, I guess we're saying farewell for now. And stay tuned for whatever game comes next.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.